family is important. And I don't mean family as in related by blood. I mean the people that a person chooses to fill their life with. Whether that is only one puppy, or one cat, or 10 different people, family is humanity's backbone. It's a powerful thing when you love someone so much that you would sacrifice everything for them. And also when those people would do the same for you. Arcane's Vi demonstrates all the values that one would think on surface level are necessary for a strong family unit. But that's just it. Vi is strong. Everything about her surpasses those who depend on her. Vi is strong because she has been taught that the actions and failures of others are her responsibility. Vi needs to be strong in order to carry the weight of her family, when a family is supposed to be there to carry each other. And if Vi is so determined to carry everyone, then who is left to carry her? Hello, I am Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Vi's first scene is her dragging herself through hell, forced to witness the horrors of war while protecting and soothing her little sister as they search the eerily quiet battlefield for their parents. She faces the hard reality of the world, so her sister doesn't have to, but she has to remain composed and put together for Powder's sake. Powder is just as sensitive as her namesake. Vi has to force herself to be bold, to look Vander in the eye, to demand what she needs to know, only cracking when she sees her parents' bodies. Powder sees her big sister, who she knows as her protector, weeping, and so Powder hugs her. She is sad with her. Powder, in just the way that she holds her sister, and in how she doesn't quite seem to grasp the situation at her very young age, is such an important mark of innocence. Innocence in the Undercity is non-existent. Kids are forced to grow up ridiculously fast in order to survive. When your reality is one of poverty and violence and squalor, there can be no illusions. This is directly contrasted with the children of Piltover, like Caitlyn. She got to have that age of innocence. She got to have a childhood. Vi, being the older sister, likely didn't have the same protection that she offers to Powder. Vi's parents were likely working to survive, or potentially even got caught up in Vander's rebellion. But the fact that we can witness Powder's innocent nature implies that Vi worked really hard to give her sister that age of innocence. Vi is basically, in my opinion, a very good example of a parentified child. In a way, protecting Powder was Vi protecting that remaining childlike part of herself too. Vi admits to Caitlyn later on in the story that she once promised Powder that she would never let the monsters hurt her. Vi has spent so long carrying so many burdens, and with the death of her parents, there was genuinely nobody left to pick her up. I honestly believe that Vander is the first person to really pick up that weight that Vi has been shouldering, someone who offers her the love and strength and protection that she has long provided for Powder. The violet is a very strong flower, and it is resistant to herbicides, for instance. But as strong as a violet actually is, it is not invincible. Vander becomes that necessary shield for Vi as she continues to operate as Powder's shield. The last thing I want to note about the introduction of Arcane is the imagery of all those stone faces on the bridge that almost glare down on the people of the Undercity. The shots we see of enforcers, their faces hidden almost as if to erase accountability, execute unarmed and likely fleeing Undercity civilians as they lie on the blood-stained stone. Vi's hatred for this dehumanization and this disrespect is solidified here. You can see it in her eyes when she looks at the clear skies above the heights of Piltover. This nightmare on the bridge is all she knows of the world above them. The world that prevents the people of Zaun from living a better life. Vi is a leader, and she exudes an awareness of that role from a young age. Her movements are strong, confident, and inspiring. Despite her capabilities, she never leaves anyone behind, and she always makes a point to include even the weakest member of her family, Powder, no matter how much she may hold Vi, Clagor, and Milo, her new brothers, back. After the time skip following the introduction, we still see that Powder depends on Vi. Powder, I believe, with her mental illness, has always danced very close to the void, so to speak. We see this when Powder stands, divided from her siblings, staring down into that void when they're jumping across the rooftops. It's only when Vi reassures her and encourages her and makes her feel safe that Powder is able to look ahead instead of into that darkness. Even after Powder screws up their mission in raiding Jace's lab, Vi still refuses to be mad at her. Vi always nurtures Powder's sense of wonder, as well as her differences, and will always stand in the way of any criticism of her little sister, even when that criticism is perfectly valid. I think this is Vi's way of trying to protect her sister's innocence and her fragile self-confidence. Although Vi's intentions are good, I think this actually leads to the damage that Powder suffers later on. Powder doesn't really have the ability to healthily self-reflect. Vi protects Powder from monsters just like she promised, but Vi's biggest mistake was identifying reality as one of those monsters. Because, of course, what will happen if Powder is ever forced to fend for herself? One of the most important scenes in Arcane, I think, that happens to explain Vi's determination to maintain her sister's innocence is best represented by Vi's stuffed bunny. While sitting on the rooftops and trying to cheer Powder up, Vi tells her that that bunny used to be Vi's favorite toy, until someone threw it up in the air and it got stuck on some wire. Vi waited for someone or something to knock it down, but to this day, that bunny is still stuck. To me, this bunny is an important symbol of innocence. Nobody was there to help Vi get her age of innocence back. She was forced to abandon childish things far too early in her life. Even under Vander's wing, she is still forced to handle far more responsibility due to the squalor of the Undercity. While Vi was already dedicated to Powder's protection, Vander equipped Vi with the tools she would need to do that. Vi learned to fight from Vander, and I'm willing to bet she learned a lot of the tricks that we see her later using in the Undercity from him as well. Vi tries to emulate the Hound of the Underground, even in self-destructive ways. Vi's desire for strength comes from her perspective of not only needing to survive, but to provide for others. While I believe she led that mission to raid Jace's lab because she believed she and her siblings could do something good for their family, I think Vi also feels like she needs to prove to herself and to others that she is strong enough, period. Because if Vi is not strong, in her mind, she's a failure. She's still a child. Her pulling her hood up in Zaun to hide her face says a lot, both about the self-doubt she wrestles with in this brutal world, but also I think it shows that not even Vander's kids are safe from the people of Zaun. Fatherhood genuinely changed Vander, especially considering his kids were taken under his wing after their parents were lost in the rebellion that he led. Vander's cross to bear is the loss of these people who believed in him, as well as the innocence left behind. Vander once fought to destroy what he hated, but after seeing Vi's tear-filled eyes and the reality that they reflected, he began to instead protect what he loved. Vi grew up surrounded by the inspiring stories of Vander's more rebellious youth. The stories of his freedom fighter days inspired her in her quest for freedom from Piltover's tyranny. But the stories of the old Vander would inevitably clash with the lessons that this new, calmer, more measured Vander would try to impart upon his eldest daughter, essentially. One of Vander's most important lines to Vi, to paraphrase, is that she is a leader. People follow her, especially her siblings and even Ekko. When things go south on her watch, it is her fault. And while I think this comes from Vander trying to impart to Vi caution about where she directs her power, a thing that he himself learned in one of the worst possible ways, this, if we really look at it, puts a lot of onus on a child. And while yes, understanding responsibility is a very important lesson that everybody needs to learn, but Vi is a kid and she is going to make mistakes. This moment almost sort of implies that Vi is not allowed to be imperfect. I definitely don't think that was Vander's intention. It's not Vander's fault that Zaun is a place where children, unfortunately, have to think beyond their years. But that being reality doesn't just make it right. A child is a child. Vi may be mature in many ways, but she still has the doubts and insecurities and needs of a 13-year-old. It's a crappy mixture she has to deal with. It's no wonder why she protects Powder like she does. The worst part here is that Vi, although she desperately wants to keep her siblings safe, especially Powder, ended up putting them all in danger by leading them out of the frying pan and into the fire. You know she feels dumb, and she probably feels like she failed them, especially after this discussion. Like father, like daughter. Because Vander is also blinded and deeply affected by his own regrets. He doesn't want Vi to repeat his mistakes, but by putting his own guilt, his own sense of responsibility onto Vi, this plants the seeds of her self-destructive tendency to blame herself when other people do wrong. While Vander means well when he asks Vi to really consider what she'd be willing to sacrifice should she walk the path of violence, this sours when placed next to Vander's words about Vi's level of responsibility. Because Vi led the mission that led to Powder blowing up the lab, she blames herself for the enforcers who are now cracking down on the people of Zaun. She has to give herself up to protect the people she loves, people like Powder, who she is not willing to sacrifice. This is why Vi goes to turn herself into the enforcers. Vander, of course, sees that bunny that Vi left with Powder, and knows that Vi has done the last thing he ever wanted her to do. It's Vi's parting gift of innocence to her little sister, but also almost like a last cry of help from the child that Vi is, for someone to save her. And when Vander's attempt to give himself up in her place goes badly and he gets kidnapped by Silco, Vi blames herself for creating this situation. Vander even tells her before his kidnapping here to protect the family. But to Vi, Vander is family, and she is responsible for her family. And so she will protect him too. Vi telling Powder to stay behind right before this disastrous job is one of the most relevant moments in Arcane. For Vi, leaving Powder at home when she and her brothers go to rescue Vander is twofold. For one thing, Vi knows that she won't be able to keep as close a watch on Powder, and she can't risk losing her. But I also think Vi, in telling Powder that she is not ready, is Vi's own sort of admission that she herself doesn't feel ready. Vi is fighting to keep her strength up here as she faces one of the scariest moments of her life. But she doesn't feel like she can shield Vander and Powder at the same time. But with Vi leaving her completely alone, and likely for the first time in such a stressful situation, Powder can't help but feel all of those monsters closing in. Powder has never had to operate without Vi to shield her, and she falls apart. As soon as she recalls her sister's reassurances and promises, she has that jolt of self-confidence, that mad genius, as potent and destructive as those blue crystals she stole. While I see the flare that Vi gives Powder here as a symbol of her promise to always be there to protect Powder, rather than immediately firing off that flare out of just nerves, Powder begins to mantle what I think is a corrupt child's viewpoint of Vi. Jinx is of course far removed from the Vi that we know, but she was made from Powder's desperation for the safety her sister provided. But when Powder, at this first mantling of Jinx, actually succeeds in her experiment, this ruins everything. For once, Powder was able to work through great stress and fear to create something that would help her family, but instead it kills Milo and Clagor, and nearly Vi and Vander. When Vi and Powder meet again over the body of their father figure, Vi, for presumably the first time, unleashes her rage and grief on Powder. She calls her a Jinx and says all the nasty things that Milo had said about her were right, and strikes her. Vi goes against everything she's ever told her sister in that moment, and she blames her for all this death. But Vi, after having just mantled the path of violence, literally having wielded Vander's gauntlets, sees the blood on her sister's face. She sees the blood on her knuckles from the fight that she'd just been in, and she remembers Vander's words about what she's willing to lose should she choose that path. She sees the fear in her sister's eyes, for once not directed at the monsters, but at her protector. Vi walks away here, but she doesn't walk away to abandon Powder. What Vi does here is remove herself from the situation to actually give herself a moment. Vi needs a minute to recuperate and regather her feelings so she can properly protect Powder. Because Vander's last words to Vi were to take care of Powder. Vi feels like she's already failed here. She's failed protecting the family. She's failed to properly recognize the power she wields as a leader. She's failed to even protect Powder from herself. And of course, none of that is fair. Vi is a child and she is traumatized and grieving when Vi sees Silco standing over Powder. She again feels like she's failed, especially as Marcus chloroforms her and drags her away before she can reach her sister. Powder now believes from this point on that Vi genuinely abandoned her, that Vi deemed her unworthy of love, essentially. I honestly believe that this last impression of Vi, warped by the mind of the traumatized child that Powder is the core of Jinx's personality. Jinx is an ugly mirror of Vi, used by the little girl still inside to enable her big sister to continue to protect her. That spinning shot at the end of episode 3 is the last Vi sees of Powder, an ember dying as she is dragged into darkness. But it is an ember that keeps her alive. For Powder, the past is a prison, but for Vi, it is the last place of safety. In Stillwater Prison, Vi undergoes years of abuse and trauma. Just as Heimerdinger says of Jace's imprisonment, prison only imprisons the body, not the mind, and Vi would keep herself sane by remembering the people that she loved. Vi engraves herself with her sister's memory in her tattoos. To me, the cloudy shapes in Vi's tattoos are the flare that Vi gave Powder. Similar to Jinx's tattoos, they both still remember that promise. When Vi finally gets out of prison, she draws great strength in seeking to fulfill that promise. Vi enters the Undercity with her head held high, fueled by the promise of her past in easing her own guilt. Nothing else matters to her. This is the core of her self-worth. Vi feels like garbage for her perceived failure in protecting her sister, and she's been nursing that sense of feeling like she's not enough for so long. It is a horrible thing when you really think about it. Vi's whole life has been her being held responsible for things that 9 times out of 10 are far beyond her control anyway. Caitlyn is the first thing in Vi's life, however, to yank her out of the past. She is the first person since Vander to carry Vi. Vi is not used to kindness, and she is not used to justice whatsoever. Her whole opinion of enforcers is shaped by their example at their worst, while Caitlyn represents their best. Caitlyn and Vi are indeed oil and water. They grew up in completely opposite situations. Caitlyn had the luxury of wealth and nobility. She's quite shocked by what she sees in the Undercity, but Caitlyn never falters. She doesn't let Vi scare her off or shy away from the worst parts of the Undercity. Caitlyn saves Vi after she ditches her in the brothel. Reminiscent of Arcane's opening scene, Caitlyn is on a bridge, an enforcer in the gloom aiming at a Zonite, but doing so to save Vi's life. Not only that, but to save Vi, Caitlyn trades in her gun. She steps off the path of violence to get the medicine to save her. She listens to Vi, she forgives and empathizes with Vi, and she comforts her as well. For once, Vi doesn't have to handle things alone, and she has somebody to look after her. Piltover may be known as the City of Progress in name, but it is anything but. Caitlyn truly wants progress, especially after seeing the harsh reality and injustices of Zon for herself. Caitlyn's investigative nature forces her to face all the facts as they are, to see the bigger picture, something that Vi struggles with. The fact that Caitlyn never leaves Vi and stays with her through thick and thin proved her sincerity, and Vi actually grows to trust Caitlyn. Even though she doesn't have a baseline for all the traumas and hardships of Vi's world, Caitlyn pushes herself to learn. Vi defending Caitlyn's sincerity to Ekko, especially in such a hopeful setting, points towards Vi beginning to hope. As much as Vi is still stuck in the past and using it to cope, Caitlyn inspires her to move forward. Vi begins to heal. Caitlyn is the water of the oil and water duo because she is pure. When Vi is first reunited with Powder, after she lights that flare, you can see for a bit how Jinx's face softens. A bit of Powder emerges as Vi, like she promised, found her again. She's there to protect her from the monsters, and Powder kinda feels safe for a split second. Despite Powder being unstable, especially when Caitlyn comes into the picture, Vi, at this point, is in denial that her sister is a lost cause. This meeting was the one thing keeping Vi going in prison, and it's been the only thing stopping her from going back into the prison of her own mind. For Vi to accept that Powder is gone would be yet another thing she would blame herself for. But later on, when they meet again on the bridge, after Jinx attacks Caitlyn, aka Vi's better future, Vi is able to go forward with Caitlyn instead of backwards with Jinx. The fact that Ekko, with his strong association with time, is the one protecting Vi and Caitlyn as they escape to safety from Jinx says a lot about where these two are headed. After this scene, there is a shot where you can see half of Vi's face is behind bars and half of it is free. And again, it's like, I think this is Vi being split in half between her sister in the past and Caitlyn in the future. But I think it's also that Vi is still in prison in her mind, even if her body is free. After this, Caitlyn is the first person to tell Vi that none of what's happened with her sister and everything in Zon was her fault. She's the only person who absolves her of responsibility, rather than further burdening her with it. Caitlyn challenges Vi's insecurities, and she's there to offer care and tenderness. And it's all the more tragic when Vi, after the council continues to disregard the people of Zaun, feels unworthy of a bright future. She feels stupid for believing that it could ever be anything but dismal. It's why she leaves Caitlyn. She's lost everything, including self-respect, and she's hollow. Vi's reason for staying alive, protecting her sister and getting her back, is all for nothing, and she blames herself for how everything went wrong. Vi lashes out and seeks the path of violence yet again. She has no one left to lose at this point. Vi has been forced to bottle up her emotions for her entire life. This is the only way she knows how to operate, and when she fights Sevika in the last drop, this is almost like a suicide mission / revenge quest. And it's very fitting that it takes place in her childhood home, as she is still haunted by the memories of this place, even though the last drop has moved on. She has not. You can really feel Vi's anguish in that scream in that fight. Vi only wins here because she has a vision of Vander. And while this may seem wholesome, this scene, for me, strongly points to how Vi still uses the past as a crutch. As glittering as this old memory is, Vi still carries this unhealthy concept of responsibility. At the tea party, Vi snaps right back into trying to get Powder back. She's lost everything, and she's so desperate to have her sister back, to have a semblance of this innocence back in her life. When Jinx admits that Jinx was created due to Vi's abandonment of her, Vi doesn't even seem that surprised. And it's because Vi, I think, has often thought about this. Vi, when Jinx tries to force her to choose between killing Caitlyn or losing Powder, can't sacrifice Caitlyn just to bring Powder back. I also want to note the bunny on the table in the tea party scene, because Powder kept this symbol of innocence locked away in a little lock box, as we see in an earlier scene. Powder's innocence was something that could only exist with Vi. Without her, it became corrupted. She keeps that bunny, I think, as a reminder of both her sister, but also of a time without the regret and guilt of what happened to her family. Vi, on the other hand, is a child forced to grow up under horrific circumstances, whose innocence was denied her long ago, whose innocence she gave to her sister that could never grow up. Jinx tries to pose Powder to Vi like a return to the past, hence the bunny. Jinx is the threat of the future opposed to the promise. Caitlyn. Vi is in a very difficult spot, of course, because she doesn't want to hurt Caitlyn, she doesn't want to hurt Powder. She tries to use the past to bring her sister back to her, telling her to remember Clagor and Milo and Vander. To Vi, these are memories that sustained her in her darkest hour. But to Powder, those memories are monsters. Vi doesn't understand this. Silco does. It's why Silco is ready to kill Vi to stop the suffering that she's putting Jinx through, though Powder kills him before he can. I think any and all hope of Powder returning dies the moment that Vi denies the important reality of Powder's life, in trying to minimize that she just killed the one person who loved her despite her failings. The one person who thought she was perfect no matter what. Vi telling Powder that everything's okay when things are not in fact okay just shows how far gone Vi even is in that moment. Jinx is not wrong when she says they both changed. Vi could not protect Powder anymore, especially considering Powder's monsters came from within. And the innocence of those bygone days that Vi held so dear could never come back. They became blue wisps of smoke, streaking across the night sky, expelling their last breath as they shattered all hope. And unfortunately, from what we can see of Season 2 so far, it seems that Vi will be doing the very last thing that Vander would have ever wanted her to do. Instead of protecting what she loves, Vi will be fighting to destroy what she hates. But of course, we won't know any more until Season 2. The story of a kid who is deprived freedom, independence, in favor of the sheltering of their parents is a tale as old as time. It is one of the oldest cliches in the book, but like with many cliches, there is a lot of truth to them. Just because it's common doesn't mean it doesn't resonate with us as humans. Caitlyn from Arcane is often described in regards to her relationship with Vi. And while this bond is incredibly important, that is not all there is to Caitlyn. Arcane did not skimp out with their side character stories and put a lot of effort in to making every character deep, meaningful, and relatable. Caitlyn's story is not just one of a kid that was never allowed the space for her to develop her own identity, but also of somebody who realizes that if she is to uphold her own moral standards, the world that she grew up in, the world that she knows, can no longer exist. My name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Caitlyn is the only child of Tobias and Cassandra Kiriman, Cassandra Kiriman being a member of Piltover's ruling council. Caitlyn was raised as an upper-class young girl, and she's very bright and intelligent, but she was also raised with the expectation that she would someday take her mother's place on the council. Caitlyn, being an only child, has a lot of pressure as the only offspring of the Kiriman family that we are aware of. As a result, Caitlyn was heavily sheltered by her parents so she could someday be the person they need to lead their family into the next generation. Caitlyn wasn't aware of the harsher realities of Piltover outside of the city proper, and while I think this is partially due to her parents not wanting Caitlyn in any danger whatsoever, ignorance is bliss as they say, I do think her mother was interested in ensuring her daughter, when she inherited her seat on the council, would follow the status quo that she herself did. As a result of her sheltered upbringing, Caitlyn is a rather naive character at the start of her story. She had it easy growing up. She was never really impacted by the risks of the real world, and was never allowed to really grow as a result. She was a bird in a gilded cage, strong-willed, but unable to really do anything for herself. As many of us can probably relate, especially if you are an only child with overprotective parents, this is so frustrating. Your parents mean well and they love you, but you're stuck in a box that you can't really self-actualize inside. But even still, Caitlyn had some liberties. Caitlyn became a crack shot and would take part in shooting competitions. We see Caitlyn win a shooting competition against Grayson, the sheriff of the Enforcers. But Caitlyn knows the only reason she won is because Grayson let her. Caitlyn at first thinks her parents paid Grayson off so their daughter could win, and you can sort of see that this might be a regular thing for Caitlyn. She's frustrated at the idea, but she doesn't sound very surprised. Caitlyn likely never gets to feel like anything is earned. Things are given to her, and she's smart enough to know this and to feel dissatisfied. Caitlyn just wants to own something. She wants something to just be hers for once. But Grayson admits that it wasn't a matter of being paid off. She thought Caitlyn deserved to win. Grayson explains that for her, shooting a gun is not something you do just to win a trophy. Shooting a gun is a means to an end, that end being protecting Piltover. Grayson says that protecting her people is enough of a trophy. To Grayson, protecting the people of Piltover is more than enough of a trophy. If Grayson shoots, it's for the greater good. It's not about pageantry, something Caitlyn's social circle is likely heavily focused on. The whole shooting contest is a very showy thing, and I think by Grayson not shooting here was for the greater good, because now she gets to explain to Caitlyn the concept of knowing what you're shooting for. What is your purpose? What drives you? When Grayson asks Caitlyn what she is shooting for, this is the question that spurs her forward in her search for her own path. Caitlyn has likely never been asked about what she wants or what she feels. She spent her whole life walking a path laid out for her. She's told what to do, how to feel, what to think even. But here's Grayson, a strong, capable woman who does hold a fair bit of her own power, at least trying to do what she believes is right. For all we know, Grayson very well could have also been highborn. We don't know. But you can tell that Grayson sees in this girl someone with a lot of potential. I think she admires the fact that Caitlyn is just willing to be like, did my parents pay you? Like, she's not gonna fake pleasantries. She's just gonna come out and ask. She's got spunk and she's got strength. And while we don't see Caitlyn answer Grayson's question, we do see her first stage of trying to answer that question by going against her family's wishes and joining the Enforcers. Grayson's been dead for a number of years, but Caitlyn still pushed to join the Enforcers anyway. And Caitlyn genuinely means business with her work. Caitlyn joined to do just what Grayson always strove to do good and to protect the people of Piltover. In her mind, Enforcers are a noble group, fighting a noble cause. Again, Caitlyn is naive, and she only sees things through the lens of a very sheltered, highborn girl from Piltover. She doesn't see the cracks in the surface of this facade that she's been raised to see. Caitlyn was also raised under the impression that she would someday take the seat of the Kiramans on the council, a seat involved with, insofar as she knows, making the best choices for the city. But Caitlyn actually wants to do something now. She doesn't want to sit around attending banquets, shaking hands, and being a wallflower. So you can imagine her annoyance with how her mom meddles with her postings, always making sure that her daughter is never in any actual danger, but also never really able to make the actual difference that she wants to. Even as an adult, Caitlyn is denied agency. She is denied the ability to choose her own challenges and fight them. I love this trope, archetype, cliche of the person who is just so overprotected, but they're fighting to do something. They're fighting to break out of that cage. I think that's something many of us can relate to. Despite Caitlyn's awareness of her mother's meddling, she still takes her job very seriously, even if all she's doing is guarding playground equipment or just standing around at night while her coworkers smoke on the steps of some banquet building. When Caitlyn sees danger, she doesn't run. She puts herself on the line in place of others. She's always the first on the scene, like with the fire that Jinx starts. She's the one who takes pictures of Jinx's graffiti on the ship, noting all the crystals, finding that guy that Vi keeps beating up. And she's also not cruel to him either. Many Enforcers are pretty cruel and uncaring, especially to those of the Undercity. And while Caitlyn has almost certainly been raised around this prejudice, she has also been, I think, sheltered from that prejudice. I always think of the shot where she's inside the gate with the umbrella just sitting there in the rain, water symbolism, while Jace is trying to get in, but it's like, I feel bad for Caitlyn because she, I think, wants out, even from a young age. That's why she liked to hang out with Jace, and she's just sitting there like, I'm stuck in this cage and it's really pretty. And her mom just being like, leave her alone, Jace, just says to me, yes, her parents want to protect her, but they are keeping her trapped. Caitlyn's curiosity grates on Marcus, the new sheriff, as she's walking far too close to the line of his own shady dealings. But Caitlyn's kindness, when she talks to Silco's goon, despite him being from the Undercity, shows how capable she is of opening certain doors. I think Caitlyn's earnestness and kindness just makes a lot of people feel like they can trust her. She opens people up. Caitlyn doesn't really have a deceptive bone in her body, for the most part, and while this might be a symptom of her naivete, it helps her to really crack into frosty situations that most other people would find very difficult. She's able to see into people in a way that other enforcers just can't. Her compassion opens a lot of pathways for her. I do think that this is a little hint of how effective a diplomat she could be, or a politician, but for now, she is an excellent detective and investigator. Even after Caitlyn is injured by Jinx's fire, she's still spending her time trying to figure out who Jinx is, who Silco is. She's very analytical, a born detective, and she's determined to solve this mystery herself, even though Marcus has told her to let it go. Caitlyn is still so dedicated to that simple question Grayson asked her all those years ago, to following her own answer to that question. I like that they don't make Caitlyn actually answer it. It's up to us to interpret what that answer is. Even I'm kind of up in the air about maybe exactly what it is. I do think a lot of Caitlyn's motivations come from her, number one, trying to forge her own path and do her own thing. But Caitlyn is also a very noble person. She wants to do the right thing. She wants to help people. She has a very optimistic view of the world. Is this naive? Maybe, but then a pessimist is what an optimist calls a realist. An idiot is what a pessimist calls an optimist. It's up to you. But Caitlyn has a good heart and she wants to help people and she wants to see things through to the end. Even after getting suspended from the Force, Caitlyn refuses to drop this case. She knows something's up. Her detective senses are tingling. So, using Jace's newfound status as a counselor and her own sort of charm, she manages to get into Stillwater Prison. And there she meets her frostiest situation yet. The violet frosting for her cupcake, if you will. Caitlyn and Vi are a remarkable pair. I don't often ship couples in stories, but God, I ship them. I love every scene they're in. But Caitlyn is so much more than Vi's girlfriend/handler. Caitlyn crossing that red line when she approaches Vi's cell shows right from the beginning that she is not just another line-toting pilty. She's willing to break the mold. If she's gonna do things, Caitlyn will do them her way. Caitlyn, a girl from the upper city, raised in the lap of luxury and privilege, surrounded by prejudice for those who live in Zaun, takes a chance on the gutter rat, Vi. The prisoner, Vi. Not only does she secure Vi's release so Vi can help her in the Undercity, Caitlyn also actually asks about how many beatings Vi's gotten. While you could argue this might just be Caitlyn checking to see how difficult Vi might be for her to handle, I do think it's more about Caitlyn's good nature and her ability to see into people. I think she knows that Vi is not just another imprisoned jerk, that there's this sadness to her. There's a mystery to Vi, and Caitlyn being analytical and somebody who wants to solve mysteries, I think wants to solve Vi in a way. You can see Vi twitch when her cell opens, like she's expecting another beating, only for her to be surprised that it's Caitlyn, there to bring her out into the sun for the first time in years. Caitlyn is actually allowed, with Vi, to take on challenges that she was prevented from facing all her life. She takes the risky way down into Zaun, trying to keep on Vi's trail. She navigates the city herself to find Vi after she runs off to fight Sevika alone. And she also puts herself out there trying to rizz up that lady in the brothel, even after Vi just made her knees weak. You know Caitlyn's nervous and probably very scared. She's in this new world and she's a fish out of water, but she still does what she knows she has to do. She's even sort of doing what she wants to do. Good for her. But if Caitlyn is gay and there's this expectation of her carrying on the Kiraman line, That's a lot of unwanted pressure. Let Caitlyn just be who she wants to be. Let her rizz up all the girls with her awkward rizz. Let her have fun, come on. I think that whole concept of legacy is probably another added little, oh god, why? Why am I not allowed to do what I want? Can I not even be with who I want? You go, Caitlyn, you go. And Caitlyn never treats Vi as lesser either. She might get frustrated with her, but she doesn't look down on her. She doesn't just leave Vi to handle things herself, she's right there with her. As I mentioned earlier, Caitlyn's sheltering almost makes her prejudice against Zonites very minor. Caitlyn's goodness helps her see past her own limited, shallow perceptions, and she's able to accept the evidence she's presented as she navigates the Undercity. She sees what's going on down here, she feels the tension, she sees the poverty, she sees the injustice. Caitlyn is able to accept the facts, regardless of her personal feelings, and that is the most important trait of a proper investigator. When Caitlyn shoots Sevika, she doesn't shoot to kill. She probably was hoping to question her, but even if that had been possible, Caitlyn's first concern is Vi. Vi, who ran off without a word. Vi, who's been taking her on a field trip all day, kinda dragging her around. Caitlyn is not mad at her at all, and Vi is very moved by Caitlyn saving her life. I think Vi was really putting Caitlyn through her paces, half trying to shake her off, but also half trying to see what she could do, and I think Vi is genuinely impressed that Caitlyn is able to handle herself. Vi, at this point, trusts Caitlyn to take her to her childhood home, that crappy shack in the pits, filled with those destroyed by Shimmer. And Caitlyn is genuinely horrified by what she's seeing. This pit full of these monstrous husks, and she hustles to get Vi inside. When she leaves to get medicine, she is at first ready to shoot Huck, though once again, her ability to see people is what makes her lower her gun. She hears Huck out, and he helps her get Shimmer to heal Vi. She asks him why would he destroy himself with Shimmer like he did, and she actually listens to him without judgment. She hugs him. She gives warmth to someone who desperately needs it, and it's so sad that Huck does sell them out in the end, but it's still heartwarming that Caitlyn is so pure that she's willing to hug this guy who's so disfigured and monster-like now. She sets aside her own obvious fear and probably a degree of disgust in order to recognize this is a person who needs help. But also, with Caitlyn giving up her gun in order to get the Shimmer for Vi, I sort of see that as Caitlyn choosing to step off the path of violence. Yes, Caitlyn doesn't shoot to kill. She's a lot like Grayson in that way. It's not about taking life, it's about saving life. And in a way, by Caitlyn giving up that gun, that is her adhering to that goal. She gives up her weapon to save a life, not like the enforcers on the bridge who have their weapons to take lives. We see this even in the opening cinematic. Caitlyn stands in direct contrast to the enforcer who shot a man while he was down and likely unarmed. It's not about violence or power for Caitlyn. Her choices and her work as an enforcer is all about doing the right thing, and it's beautiful. Caitlyn heals Vi, and she's there to comfort her. She's proving her loyalty, her genuine goodness, and you can see how much that means to Vi. There's actually a very striking resemblance between Caitlyn and Vi's mother, and make of this what you will, but to me, this just sort of shows that Vi hasn't really had anybody to care for her in that way since she was a little girl. I think Vi gets a deep degree of comfort and safety from Caitlyn. Caitlyn helps Vi escape Silco, and the two flee above ground. They both end up kidnapped by the Firelights after Vi's brief reunion with her sister, and this is the first time Caitlyn and Vi kinda have a fight. To Caitlyn, Vi was misleading about Jinx being her sister. To Vi, Caitlyn was misleading about her whole purpose here. But this is almost a little couples spat, with how Caitlyn genuinely freaks out when Vi is taken away, not because Caitlyn is left alone, but because she feels very protective of Vi. I think it's easy to look at Vi and think she's the protective one of the two, but for me, Caitlyn is the one who does most of the protecting. Caitlyn protects Vi from Sevika. Caitlyn protects Vi from getting into trouble topside. She protects Vi from herself. She protects Vi from more harm in prison. Vi has been someone who has always felt this immense pressure to save and protect others. And finally, here is somebody who is there to protect and save her. After all, saving and protecting people is what I think Caitlyn became an enforcer for. Caitlyn is a sentinel. Ekko and Caitlyn don't exactly get off on the right foot, but through Vi, both can see their shared earnestness. We sort of see, with Ekko and Caitlyn, two idealistic, potential leaders on either side of the river. They both work to make things better for their own people. They both want to protect and serve, essentially. Ekko can't help but listen to Caitlyn's genuine plea to let her take the Hextech back, and Caitlyn can't help but acknowledge that much of what Ekko says about all his people have suffered is real, including the rude awakening that much of that grief is caused by the Enforcers. Caitlyn, again, joined the Enforcers because she wanted to do good. She wanted to help people and keep them safe. At first, she denies that the Enforcers are working for Silco, that they're just as bad as any other gang in the streets of Zaun. After all, if this is true, then Caitlyn's whole life, as well as her independent decision to join the Enforcers, would be kind of rendered a falsehood of sorts. And that's not her fault. Caitlyn's been faced by this truth with remarks from other Zaunites, like Vi. But I think her seeing this truth mirrored back at her through another, albeit more battered, idealist is what hammers this truth home. She's forced to see the damage of this world that she's lived on top of unknowingly, but she's also forced to sort of see that her mother has been complacent in it. I still think Caitlyn has a gift of seeing people for who they are, aided by her own unassuming nature. And again, this cracks even Ekko's harsh shell, opening him up to a begrudging compromise with her. Caitlyn's words about breaking the cycle of violence aren't just empty words either. We see her willingness to do this by that trade of her gun. She has already begun this path, and you can see how much her empathetic appeal to Ekko really warms Vi's heart. Caitlyn actually cares. And of course the idea of leaving Vi on that bridge breaks her a bit, because they're in love. I think Caitlyn feels an attachment to protecting Vi, because Vi genuinely does need protection. That is, I think, Caitlyn's ultimate goal, is to protect the people who need it. And there goes Vi. Bye, Vi. Well, not bye, Vi. Well, after Vi saves Caitlyn and returns her to her home, they share a really tender moment. And even down to the body language, you can see how safe Vi feels with Caitlyn. You can't help but recall Vi flinching in her cell, her body language, and the dark jokes about the abuse she endured in prison. Vi lying in a fetal position while Caitlyn hears her out shows just how much trust there is between the two. Vi believes in what Caitlyn says, and Caitlyn really pushes her mother to listen to her, to listen to Vi, and to give her a chance to speak to the council. And, you know, for all of Caitlyn's parents' moments of maybe not the best judgment when it comes to raising their daughter, they do care about her a lot. Someone in my comment section, I will try to find the comment and post it here, they basically pointed out that Powder and Caitlyn are very similar. Both were sheltered by the people who cared about them. They're both very bright, able to piece together complex puzzles and conundrums. And as they grow older, they have these pressures of their more prestigious parents sort of placed upon them, albeit in different ways. But the major difference is that Caitlyn had a far more healthier upbringing. Caitlyn had the privilege of growing up with wealth and safety. supported by two parents who loved her very much. Jinx's dislike of Caitlyn is so intense, but I can't help but wonder if they would have been very similar had Jinx been adopted by, say, someone in Piltover versus Silco. Vi leaves Caitlyn after this failed council meeting, and Caitlyn is heartbroken. Vi feels stupid for ever believing in the beautiful dream Caitlyn spoke of believing that the world could truly be better for people like her. But even despite this, Caitlyn still asks Vi, what about us? Vi refers to them as oil and water, saying that they were never meant to mix. Vi is oil from the grungy, hard reality of the realm below, the place everyone just wants to forget about. But Caitlyn is pure. Literally, her name actually means pure in Greek, ancient Greek, I think. I'll post that on the screen so you can read it. Caitlyn is water, and the fact that lots of Caitlyn's scenes have water in them line up with this. Caitlyn is fresh and pure and untainted, which I think hints at how things might go in Season 2. I think she's going to have a very rough beginning of Season 2, we shall see. But I also want to say, as somebody who bakes a lot, I have a problem. I bake too much. I need to stop. I bake too many sweets. You need to mix oil and water to make even just a normal cake mix. In order to make a cupcake, you need water and oil. Make of that what you will. Caitlyn's shower scene then shows Vi leaving in reverse, as in Vi is coming back. And I do think that this scene is Caitlyn wishing she could just turn back time. Now I'm thinking of the Cher song, I'm so sorry. And stop Vi from leaving. She's worried about her, and she misses her. And I do think Caitlyn would have gone out to find her had Jinx not just, kidnapped her for the tea party. At the tea party, Caitlyn is the bargaining chip. I think in Jinx's eyes, Caitlyn is the monster that Vi needs to protect her from. Caitlyn to Jinx represents her being replaced. Caitlyn represents enforcers, a demon in a lot of Jinx's nightmares, I think. Jinx tells Vi that basically she has to choose, either kill Caitlyn or lose Powder. Vi obviously doesn't want to hurt Caitlyn, so she tries to barter with Jinx, tries to say that they can leave the city together if they just leave Caitlyn alive. But Caitlyn manages to escape her bonds and aims fishbones at Jinx. Caitlyn is ready to shoot. She knows Jinx is the danger. Caitlyn is willing to shoot to protect the city, but she hesitates on Vi's behalf. Listening to someone she respects and cares about, only for things to go really badly because of that hesitation. Not entirely unlike Grayson's final moments, wherein trying to do what they think is right, things go really bad in a way nobody expected, and then it just gets worse. Caitlyn gets knocked out by Jinx in this moment of hesitation, only to reawaken when it's too late. Her final moments in Season 1 are her now leaning on Vi, while she watches Jinx's rocket, a weapon she came so close to preventing in the first place, hurling towards the council chambers, spelling out her mother's likely doom. We are all shaped by our own stories, and this is referred to as a self-concept. This is the most important narrative in our lives because it's the narrative that frames our outlook and perception of who we are. The story of Jinx and Powder is a very well done depiction of just how important self-concept is. It portrays the breakdown of a fragile girl coddled from her earliest days and her reconstruction as an insecure, unstable genius. But Arcane doesn't depict her struggles as funny or as just a simply interesting quirk to make the story more fun. Jinx and Powder, one and the same, and yet so different, truly show the horror of abandonment, of untreated mental illness, of isolation. But most of all, Arcane shows us the ugly damage of being the victim of your own story. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Powder's life was in the eye of the hurricane, nestled in the darkest pits of Zaun. Yet she was shielded by the horrors of its squalor and poverty and oppression by her elder sister, Vi. From a young age, Vi's main focus was protecting Powder from the harsh realities of their world. Vi, being the eldest, likely didn't have much of a childhood herself, and she worked really hard to give Powder that age of innocence that most Undercity kids never get. We see flashbacks of Vi and Powder playing in their childhood home, and I can't help but wonder if Powder was mostly cooped up for much of her early years. This house was her world, and Vi was her only friend. Powder would doodle and nap and play make-believe games with Vi, her only companion. During one of these games, Vi made an important promise to her sister, swearing that she would never let the monsters get her. Now, whether Vi fully understood the extent of Powder's monsters is another matter. While most agree that Jinx suffers from debilitating mental illness, possibly more than one, I've heard people say schizophrenia or borderline personality disorder, even a psychotic disorder, we can see some early warning signs in Powder, as well as Powder's lack of experience in dealing with the world around her. Powder clutches Vi's hand as they cross the Piltover Zaun bridge, searching the battlefield for their parents. Powder self-soothes by singing, she covers her eyes, and she lets Vi lead her. What few sights Powder does see have nightmarish images and hallucinations framing them. Powder relies heavily on Vi, even when it comes to understanding the graveness of this situation. When Vi breaks down and weeps at the sight of her dead parents, Powder starts to tear up only because Vi is upset. I've seen some consider Powder's lack of a reaction a sign of sociopathy, and while Jinx is another matter, I don't really think that is necessarily sociopathy. I think Powder's just a little kid, and a little kid who's been extremely sheltered for most of her life. I don't think Powder is emotionally mature enough to properly process death, and I also have a feeling that her parents were not nearly as involved in her life as Vi was. Vi has been Powder's world, inside those towering, creaking, rusted walls of their childhood home. Over the next few years, Powder and Vi became a part of Vander's ramshackle family, but age did not necessarily create healthy experience in Powder. Powder was the clumsy one. Though she was creative and had a natural talent for invention, it always seemed like everywhere she went with her siblings, she would screw things up for them. Her brother Milo would pick on her at every fumble, even calling her a Jinx, while Vi would always defend her. Vi made sure to encourage Powder's differences and assured Powder that Milo was wrong. However, Milo's childish cruelty and Vi's tendency to even censor valid criticism joined together in Powder's life to create a very toxic concoction. Milo's bullying would harm Powder's self-esteem. She internalized the deep belief that she was incompetent and that she was a burden. But Vi's censoring of as much negativity as possible, even when Milo may have had a point, despite his terrible delivery, further limited Powder's ability to healthily self-reflect. The level of dependency Powder has with Vi is cleverly shown in her first speaking scene, where Powder and her siblings are jumping rooftops. Powder freezes, getting lost in that shadowy void below, until Vi calls her back to reality, a sign of things to come and just how important Vi is to Powder's confidence. In her formative years, Powder never really developed her own resilience in the face of hardship. Her self-confidence got tied up in Vi's words, and she relied on her sister to provide that relief from discomfort. When, in reality, those little discomforts we feel as kids are necessary for us to grow. Powder idolized her sister's strength, but She could not understand the hardships Vi had to endure to garner it. The sheltering of Powder ultimately left her as sensitive and delicate as her namesake. And it also detracted from Powder's emotional maturity. Some say that empathy is taught to children through them experiencing the consequences of their actions, something that Powder was shielded from a lot. The best, earliest example of this, I think, is Vi being willing to give herself up to the Enforcers in place of Powder, who is technically the one who blew up Jace's lab. While Vi has been raised to believe this is what she needs to do, which is a whole other discussion which I get into in her own video, it's still important to note that Powder has never really had to face the consequences of her actions, even when those actions were pretty bad. I'm pretty sure some people died from that explosion, even though it was an accident. And we really see the effects of this overprotection and long-term bullying when Vi leaves Powder behind, alone when she goes to rescue Vander. Before she left, Vi gave Powder a flare, promising that wherever Powder set it off, Vi would find her. While Vi is reasonable in leaving Powder behind, as she knows she can't protect her little sister on this dangerous mission, Powder completely breaks down. All of her insecurities can't help but creep in, and her safety blanket has been taken away for likely the first time. Powder's never really had a working invention. She's never really been trusted to handle anything independently. To Powder, Vi saying, "You're not ready," says you're not good enough. We see that Powder already has a natural inclination to feeling like she's worthless or that she's not capable. We see this in that discussion she eavesdrops on with Milo and Vi, because she assumes Vi is agreeing with Milo and leaves before Powder really understands the whole conversation. And it's sad. She already has this mindset. She thinks Vi left her behind because she's incompetent and difficult and will just ruin everything. And that definitely doesn't feel good. This, combined with the hallucinations Powder endures when she's stressed, make this period of isolation even more terrifying for her. When Powder remembers those Hextech gems, however, combined with all of Vi's words of encouragement, this inspires in her a moment of almost mad genius. This is the first moment that Powder mantles Jinx, at least I think. I do believe that Jinx began as a reflection of Vi, albeit the reflection as seen by a frightened, detached child, brought about by Powder's deep desire for the security her big sister provided. Powder, for the first time in her life, makes a working invention, one that literally blows her away as she blows up Silco's lab. She doesn't fully conceive of the carnage that her invention has just caused, because she's swept up in the fact that, for once, one of her inventions actually worked, and she actually managed to help her family. For a moment, Powder feels very proud and competent, and she runs to Vi to gush about her success. But as Powder recognizes the disdain and disbelief in her sister's eyes, she realizes what she's done, and Vi snaps. She calls her a Jinx and tells her everything Milo ever said about her was true. And worst of all, Vi strikes Powder, which in Powder's mind shatters this image of a protector. You can actually see Powder raising her arms because she's scared that Vi's gonna hit her again. She starts to break down and weep, and even to blame Vi for all of this by screaming at her, "Why'd you leave me?" Of course, we have to remember that Powder is a kid. Kids do that, they displace blame, but this is not a good time for it. I'll be honest, I don't blame either of the sisters in this situation. I think this whole situation is just a terrible misunderstanding. It is a true tragedy. However, I will say that in this moment, for Powder, even though Vi did not mean for this to happen the way that it did, Powder is basically told that her entire life has been a lie. Any good thing she ever felt about herself because of Vi telling her that she's perfectly capable and all these things, it's just gone. It's all false, and this shatters her ability to trust. This shatters her ability to build healthy relationships.
It's really unfortunate. It's one of those situations where the circumstances, although nobody intended it to be this way maliciously, it just went down so badly.
After Vi strikes Powder, Vi walks away into the darkness. The fires rage behind her as her sister leaves her alone with a literal monster. As far as Powder knows, Vi has truly abandoned her. Powder feels like she's deemed her unworthy of love. If Vi was the author of her childhood, then unfortunately it has ended on a very tragic note. When Silco, in his attempts to manipulate Powder, almost mockingly asks her what's wrong, Powder hurls herself at him. She disarms him, literally. He drops his knife. As Powder explains that Vi left her, Silco recognizes in Powder a sort of kindred spirit. He understands the pain of betrayal at the hands of a loved one. When he tells her, "We will show them all," now genuinely holding this little girl he was probably going to kill just moments before, we see the true beginning of Jinx in Powder's eerily, foreshadowingly, pink eyes. Though Vi was gone, Powder was not dead. She was buried alive beneath the impulsive personality of Jinx. Jinx was raised by Silco from this point, and in a way, he's actually not all that different from Vi. Silco shielded Jinx from useful criticism. He never let her face the consequences of her own actions, not really. And like Vi, he loved Jinx dearly, even if he didn't make all the right decisions, and he was incredibly screwed up himself. Silco solidified in Jinx much of what his trauma had solidified within himself. In just the same way Vander left Silco permanently scarred, so did Vi by calling her Jinx. And bitterness can be a hell of a motivator. She would show them all. If Milo and Vi were so sure that Powder was a Jinx, then by taking that name, she would show them what a Jinx could do. Jinx became a genius inventor, though rather than having a fascination with cute gadgets like the Valdiani, Jinx had another obsession: explosives. The very creation that had blasted away her old life became the staple creation of her new. After the accident, her hallucinations worsened. She became more paranoid, and Vi's abandonment severely damaged her self-concept. We can see in Jinx's room that her past still haunts her, considering how she's made mock-up dolls of her brothers with a nightmarish twist on them. She still keeps Vi's bunny and the flare she gave her in a box. Jinx is not stable, and Silco knows this, and while sure he definitely doesn't make things better by stunting her growth with his overprotection, he does everything he can to make her feel safe in his presence. In their scenes together, Silco's unscarred side, it has priority. His human side is dominant when he's with his daughter. He's always patient and gentle with Jinx, even when she's getting aggressive and petulant. While their physical closeness can definitely come across as weird, I think that's the point. Jinx is a victim of arrested development, and Silco only encourages her to be one with the scars of her trauma. He doesn't encourage her to grow, so it makes sense that she'd still cling to him like a little kid, because mentally she still is. But he doesn't see the result of her trauma as horrible and tragic, like Vi does. Silco sees Jinx as perfect, just the way she is. It sounds nice, in a very messed up way. A huge chunk of who Jinx is, I think, comes from her self-concept as a victim that was really hardened the night that Vi left her. Jinx's untreated mental illness, trauma, and a lack of self-reflection mix into a really negative, self-hating concoction. What makes this worse is Silco, for he is someone with a self-concept that I would call the necessary villain, built on the foundation of a victim. Victim mentalities can stem from a fear of responsibility, and it's understandable why Powder/Jinx would fear acknowledging such a thing.
Powder comes out of her family's deaths, not outright expressing guilt for what she did. She tells Silco, "She left me, she's not my sister anymore," about Vi, and kinda leaves it at that. She's trying to ignore the root of the situation and only blame Vi's reaction to it. Jinx is stuck in the passivity of being the victim of her own story, because she can't acknowledge the past fully, openly, and honestly. It's far too painful, and she doesn't know how to handle said pain. Her untreated mental illness doesn't help matters, but unfortunately, their nightmarish hallucinations tend to be the closest thing to acknowledging the past as she can get, and it is very, very traumatizing. And it makes so much sense for Silco to encourage her to kill the past, to damn it, to be bitter, to grow into the same sort of villain that he is. Because if he didn't, that would undermine his own self-concept. But I will save that for his video. But despite Silco's genuine and unconditional love for Jinx, Jinx still lives with the fear that somehow, someday, that love will be taken away from her. She will be deemed unworthy of it. After Jinx screws up the Shimmer run when the Firelights attack, namely after seeing a Firelight that reminded her of Vi, she fears a repeat of her most terrible day. Everybody around Silco complains about how incompetent and unreliable Jinx is, while Silco staunchly defends her. He trusts her, something that is very important to Jinx, as I don't think anybody's ever really fully trusted her in the way that he does. When Jinx returns to Silco afterwards with the Hex Tech that she just stole, Jinx is probably the happiest we ever see her. She's blasting music, she's tinkering, she's acting like a happy teenager. She's so happy when Silco acknowledges, albeit very angrily, all the enforcers she's killed and all the destruction she's caused. And it's sad that being recognized for such terrible things is for her a positive thing. Silco's also not mad because she killed a bunch of people and destroyed a bunch of stuff. He's mad because this throws a wrench in the progress that he was making with his plans. Again, this is a morally questionable family. But the way Jinx sees this reaction is like she's being seen as competent and able to accomplish things. Her actions are being recognized, and she's not being shamed for doing things wrong. She then pulls out the Hextech gem, and she sets off the fireworks. For once in her life, she feels like she's finally gonna be able to prove everybody wrong and actually do something correctly. She hugs her father, believing this time that maybe, just maybe, her inventions won't destroy her family. Maybe this time they will make her family's dream come true. Jinx wants to make her father a weapon, something that can help him win Zaun's independence. Not because she wants an independent Zaun, she couldn't really care less, I think, but she wants it because it's Silco's dream. Jinx is also motivated by Silco's trust and belief in her to crack the Hextech. He trusts Jinx to do it, and only Jinx. From Jinx's perspective, this is a big deal. It means a lot to her. In her mind, this could be the growth moment that she's been waiting for. Finally, maybe she can move on and be useful and accomplish something and not be known as a giant screw-up. And so she begins to experiment with Hextech, trying to crack the code on it. But when one of these experiments goes wrong, she's reminded of the day she last used it, when she destroyed her family. Jinx runs away, repeating "it was a mistake" over and over, as if pressed by a judge the audience can't see. And this is because Jinx still hears Milo, Clagor, and likely even Vander whispering in her head. Milo especially, who reminds her of all her failings. Jinx still struggles to take accountability, literally running away from it. But no amount of words or self-soothing or keepsakes can bring back the past. Nothing can change what's been done. As much as Jinx fights to kill the past, there's nowhere she can hide where the monsters of her memories cannot find her. In the turmoil of this experiment, the box holding Vi's bunny and flare falls over, and we can see through this that Powder, though she's locked away deep within Jinx, still holds onto that gift of innocence that Vi once gave her. As much as Jinx is fighting to let go of the past, Powder still needs it. She still holds onto it. Powder keeps reminders around her room. They're all aesthetically childish, from the dolls to the drawings, but equally nightmarish. A depiction of Jinx's internal limbo. Powder can't let go of the promise Vi made her either, and that's why she keeps that flare. While Jinx might wear her blue smoke tattoos simply because she thinks it's cute and edgy, for Powder, they symbolize the deep importance of Vi's promise. Powder still has hope that her big sister, despite her probably being dead, would someday come back and save her from the monsters. Powder is very forgiving of Vi because she just desperately wants her big sister and protector to come back and make her feel like everything's gonna be okay. Jinx, on the other hand, is not. But this blast from the past, that's not funny, I'm sorry, halts all progress on Jinx's work with Hextech. And she goes on a trip down memory lane, back to the arcade she and her siblings used to play in. When Jinx unleashes on that dummy that Vi used to play with, I think it's a mix of things. For Jinx, I think she knows that although she's supposed to be Powder's protector, she can never be the hero that Vi is. She tries to retrace Vi's fighting moves, and she tries to beat her score, but she just can't. She cannot meet the measure of Vi. When Jinx shoots the dummy, which to me has a face that looks like Milo's, so, anger. This for me calls back to what makes you different makes you strong. One of the most important things Vi ever told her. Jinx must accept that she cannot be Vi. Powder must let go of Vi, but neither are totally ready to do that yet. The only way Jinx can be stronger is to be herself. But for Powder, I think there's still a lot of rage and blame towards Vi for leaving her that night. She still looks at that abandonment as responsible for many of her failings. Trying to punch that dummy and screaming in agonizing anger just shows how much she has pent up within her. So much of Powder is still tied up in Vi, just like her self-esteem. Her future, as she sees it, feels hopeless and locked up. So, of course, when Silco takes her to the place of his rebirth, she lets him dunk her underwater. For Silco, this means Jinx has to let Powder die, so Jinx can grow stronger. She's desperate for any fix that can clear away all of her pain. Silco, while framing this as a form of growth for Jinx, is actually advocating for a form of stagnancy. For the past to be wiped away implies being let off the hook of accountability and responsibility. It's scary enough when you're facing those things as an adult, especially for the accidental destruction of your whole family, but when you have a child's mental state, it's a nightmare. Add on top of that Jinx's mental illnesses, and it's gotta be one of the most horrible things to experience. Just like always, though, Jinx will take the opportunity to run and hide. The circumstances of Silco's trauma and rebirth are also very different from Jinx. You have a literal fire and water situation of symbolism between he and Jinx with their respective traumas. Vander tried to kill Silco, he tried to drown him. That is a vicious experience, one that scarred him literally and figuratively. The bitterness seeped into him like the toxins of Zon, and propelled him all the way to the top. Silco has a goal, a dream, and despite his bitterness, he ferociously and ruthlessly pursues it. Silco chose to be the necessary evil, the needed villain of his own story and his quest to make his goal come true. Jinx is still stuck at being a victim. Jinx was, from her point of view, abandoned, deemed unworthy of love, left alone with her monsters, and left alone as a very stunted child to deal with some of the worst possible circumstances you could ever deal with. But, unlike Silco, Jinx is still attached to her earlier years, because she clings to an age of innocence, one she accidentally burnt to cinders and cannot rebuild. She struggles to find a motive to move forward. She is not assertive, not like Vi, not like Silco. Whenever she tries to break out of that habit, she screws up. Jinx is a genius inventor, but she is impulsive. She's not always sure what to do, and she lacks the confidence to back her choices. And so, she decides to have confidence in Silco's choices, just like she did with Vi. You can tell she's uncertain and lost, but she feels she has no other option. Maybe she can run from her past if it's in this way.
And, for a time, like most placebos, things do seem to be better. Jinx feels like she's ready to just be Jinx, and she finally cracks the code on Hextech. She can finally move forward with her and Silco's plans. But of course, this all falls apart when Jinx finds out that Vi has returned. Jinx believed that Vi was dead, or at the very least, long gone. And this is because Silco told her this. When Sevika taunts Jinx with the news of her sister's return, the knife twisted into all of this is the alleged replacement of Jinx in Caitlyn, the Enforcer. You can tell that Jinx is conflicted as to whether or not this information is true, but the possibility of her big sister coming back is too powerful to ignore. As Jinx climbs out of the mist to the top of a tower, Powder too emerges from that deep place she resides. She fires off the flare, remembering Vi's promise. In the circling shot, we see Milo and Clagor's bodies at her back, a burden that she will carry forever. In a way, I can't help thinking that all of Jinx's conversations with them are just a really sad way to keep them alive, to avoid admitting that they were gone, and as such, avoiding facing her role in that part of the past. The look on Powder's face here says, "This is my penance." She cannot just let it all wash away as Silco proposed. As Vander once said, you can't run from your past. That blast of powder blue smoke is the loudest, most colorful sign of Powder still being alive after all these years in the dark alone. At first, Powder feels foolish for this, and she chucks the flare into the void. But when Vi appears, says her name, and hugs her, you can see Powder breaking across her face. She cries and hugs her sister, and actually seems ashamed. And she even drops the Hextech gem as she is overcome with emotion. Powder knows that she is not a good person anymore, and she's almost sort of warning Vi here. But Vi, still stuck in her own delusion of the past, doesn't understand, and she tries to comfort her little sister. Things seem pretty okay here until Caitlyn arrives. Powder is immediately yanked back, and Jinx is back on the forefront. Her paranoia and hallucinations bombard her. She doesn't know if she believes that Vi came back for her. Again, Jinx is not as forgiving as Powder. She remembers what Sevika said about Vi replacing her. Milo's bullying returns, and Jinx has no clue who she can trust. Even Silco is an uncertain person at this point, because Jinx is now believing he may have lied to her about Vi all these years. When the Firelights attack, Vi and Jinx fight alongside one another for the first and only time probably for a while. Who knows, season 2. But Vi is shocked to see how far gone her little sister is. Vi doesn't see Jinx, the murderous psycho, shooting a dozen bullets a second. All she sees is her little sister being violent and murderous and just off the rocker. When Vi is taken away by the Firelights, Jinx is left alone in the gloom like nothing ever happened. Her reality is so fractured with her hallucinations and paranoia that she questions if all of what just happened was even real. Did Vi even come back at all? Her perception of reality is so damaged
so fractured that she screams into the void, falling further and further from the light as the fog swallows her whole. The only evidence Jinx has towards her reunion with her sister being real is her wound. That's it. She embraces that pain as her only anchor to reality, and you can see her try to further use pain as she stitches herself up to regain control over her mind. The shattered mirror with the missing eye hints to two things. One being just how shattered Jinx's self-perception is after this sabotaged reunion, right after she just started to feel a little bit more in control, even if that was probably temporary. And the other thing is the creeping of corruption, closer and closer. Throughout Arcane, we see a lot of eye symbolism. I think it has to do with corruption, or bitterness, the scars of one's past, etc., etc. And from this point onwards, we're starting to see Jinx walk a path parallel to Silco. The bitterness is seeping in, tainting what should have been a hopeful, relieving moment for Jinx. And it's unfortunately a bitterness that is manipulated by Silco, I think, to avoid his own fear of abandonment.
Jinx's fixation with Caitlyn is really interesting, as it's rooted in Jinx's insecurities and paranoia, rather than in reality. Jinx sees Caitlyn as competition for Vi's affection and protection. This is a childish mindset, of course, but Jinx is basically a kid. Her and Powder are very stunted. Powder craves that protection and companionship that she relied on as a child. For there to be another girl in Vi's life, that can only mean one thing. Powder has been replaced, and Jinx is incensed on her behalf. After all, Jinx is Powder's protector in Vi's stead, and even Jinx knows that Jinx can never be as good as Vi. Without Vi, the two of them will be alone forever, always falling and always fading, more and more. If Powder's fallen down a well, she feels that only Vi can pull her back up. She doesn't believe she has the strength to do that herself. When Jinx confronts Silco about Vi's return, he uses this insecurity of Jinx's to reel her back in, which to me is very manipulative.
I want to say, I do think Silco loves Jinx. I don't think he wants to manipulate her to keep her around, just to take advantage of her talents. But I think Silco is scared of losing her. I think losing Vander, being ultimately abandoned by him, was horrible. Silco, too, was deemed unworthy of love by the one person that he probably trusted and cared about more than anything else. Having to live with the memory of what Vander tried to do to him, that broken trust, would hurt already. Losing his daughter figure would be even more terrible, especially as his hold on power is beginning to slip. We can see with how Jinx drops the Hex Tech, the key to Silco's dream when she hugs Vi, just how much Vi means to her. She is a huge threat to Silco's place of importance in Jinx's life. And so, Silco exploits the same threat in Jinx's, and I think part of him definitely thinks his framing of Caitlyn as a replacement is accurate, as I think he still sees Vi's abandonment of Powder on the same lines of Vander's betrayal of him, when they are very different.
Vander attempted violent murder. Vi was kidnapped before she could come back to her sister, and I 100% believe Vi was going to come back. She just needed a minute. Silco's use of Jinx's fear of being replaced, of still being unworthy of Vi's love, as well as how calm and reasonable he is in doing this, resonates with Jinx. As always, he feeds into her worst qualities, and he appeals to what she craves the most: love, clarity, and to be seen as competent, to be trusted. There is a deep level of trust between Silco and Jinx, and this is something Jinx never really had with Vi. Powder was wholly dependent on Vi, while Silco, as overprotective as he is,
he has tried to give Jinx some independence, even if it's only in a relatively controlled bubble. But perhaps this trust is best shown with how Silco lets Jinx help him with his eye. Jinx helps Silco use the needle on his eye, something that he's been finding increasingly difficult as time goes on. He relies on her to do this for him more and more. When he tells Jinx, even as she's basically holding him at gunpoint here, that he needs her, now, more than ever, this is really important to her. Because while Vi was so focused on getting Powder back, Powder, the screw-up nobody trusted or relied on, Silco's been trusting Jinx and caring for her, despite all her screw-ups. Vi doesn't need her anymore, after all, she has a replacement. Silco needs her as she is. She is unreplaceable in his eyes. Even if Jinx is really screwed up, he doesn't care. And so, Jinx, with tears in her eyes, helps him with his medicine one last time. A show of deep trust from him, despite everything, before whisking away to rectify yet another of her mistakes. At the Zon-Piltover Bridge, Jinx sends forth an army of firelight robot buddies, and she blows up the Enforcers, using that symbol of hope and twisting it into a weapon of destruction. As always, whenever Jinx touches a hopeful situation, she manages to implode it. But in this instance, it is sadistically intentional. Here, Jinx retrieves the Hextech for Silco, desperate to never be deemed unworthy of love ever again. I can't help but wonder if Jinx is seeing nightmarish images from her early childhood visit to this bridge. But this time, she doesn't have Vi to guide her from the darkness at her back. Just that song that she's humming. But then, Jinx sees Vi, headed towards the light, to Piltover with Caitlyn. To Jinx, this says it all. She opens fire, left to fight Ekko, while her sister, this time, truly chooses to leave Jinx behind. Ekko and Powder were once close friends as kids. They used to play a shooting game where Powder would shoot paintballs at him and Ekko would have to close the distance in as short amount of time as possible without getting hit. When they were kids, Ekko always used to lose, but as adults, Ekko makes short work of her. It's interesting because Jinx's shots as an adult aren't really all that different from when she was little. When Ekko looks her in the eyes, he sees Powder, still trapped in the past. As violent as Jinx is, he's not ready to kill Powder. I think the smile Jinx gives there as she sets off a final explosion is actually Powder's, and I think she's fully given to the idea of dying here. Not only did Vi choose to leave her this time, Vi realizes that Jinx is not the same girl she remembers. I also think, in a way, she was fine with taking Ekko, her old best friend, with her, so she doesn't have to be alone. I think there's an implication that Ekko actually tried to save Powder after Silco adopted her, though that didn't work out. Ekko never fully gave up on her, and Powder knows this. When Silco finds Jinx on the bridge later on, he doesn't even care about the Hextech, even though she's holding it in her hand. All he cares about is saving her life, and so he takes her to Singed. And while Singed does save her, he doesn't exactly save her mind. After the agonizing splicing of Shimmer with Jinx's body, she becomes a whole other kind of Jinx, and it goes far beyond her newly pink eyes. Her hallucinations once again drag her into these twisted encounters in her head with Vi. One where Vi shoots little Powder. One where Vi and Caitlyn are all close. One where Caitlyn is holding the bunny that Vi gave her all those years ago. And, of course, one where Caitlyn, in place of Singed, is torturing her. And so, after Jinx wakes up, she hunts her down and kidnaps her. And then, Jinx kidnaps Silco, after listening to him talking to Vander about how he has to give Jinx up in order to get Zon's independence. Jinx's own insecurities overrule reason here, and Jinx doesn't take the time to hear all of what Silco's saying. Again, this is not unlike Powder, eavesdropping on Milo and Vi, and assuming the worst, because that was how she felt about herself. And then, after watching Vi beat Sevika to a pulp, which I'm sure Jinx enjoyed, she kidnaps her sister, too. Vi wakes up in the old fishery, the place of Jinx's birth, so to speak. This is where Powder destroyed her family in her attempts to save them. This is where Vi struck away Powder, birthing Jinx from the ashes. Jinx knows that Silco's trauma is different from hers. Her situation with Vi was a misunderstanding. It was a tragedy. Silco internalized his trauma. He became poisoned by it. It seeped into him. For Powder, much like the Shimmer did to Jinx, her trauma burned her. But Powder wasn't dead. She still held a candle for her sister, though it was dimming by the minute. Jinx hoped, maybe, something could be undone. Maybe she could have her rebirth here, in the crux of her hell. Jinx tells Vi that it wasn't Silco who made Jinx. As much as he may have wanted to think that, it was Vi. Vi's abandonment left Powder vulnerable, and it shattered her already fragile self-image. Powder became the villain of her own story, with no idea how to escape that role, aside from fully mantling Jinx, the corrupt reflection of her sister, the guide and the careful author of her childhood, in which she found some degree of relief in a narrative of victimhood. Just want to clarify here, I know victimhood and the victim complex has a negative connotation, but I just want to say that when I say it, I mean it like as it is. I don't mean it in like a judgmental way. It's very, very sad. Like, I don't know how you could look at Jinx and 100% hate her, because her story is just so tragic. I also feel the same way about Vi. I know some people are really, really hard on Vi, and I'm like, both these girls are like, it's such a tragic story, man. They both have points that, sure, you could be mad at them for something, but come on, they're humans and bad things happened, and it's just like, the fact that they're both sympathetic and understandable and people you could empathize with it's just one example of why the writing in this show is so good. They're just both so compelling. Not unlike their last chat here, she still kind of places blame on Vi. Vi isn't all that surprised, and I think she was already blaming herself, when that's not fair to Vi. Jinx also admits here to Vi that not every bit of what Vi did was bad. A lot of the good things that Vi said to her still lived on in her memory, and she attributes these memories as what kept her alive when she was surviving more or less alone without her in Zaun. Which, on another end of this, also shows that Jinx has a difficult time taking credit for her own achievements. While I'm sure Vi's advice and lessons and all the good things she ever said to her sister were a huge help, Jinx is still the one that did keep herself alive, even if it was with Silco's help, but she can't even give herself credit for that. The Valdiani Jinx paired with the Sparklers is a really cool symbol for the choice she gives to Vi. If she kills Caitlyn, she gets Powder back, the little girl who loved innocent gadgets, who had a pure joy for simple creativity. Or, if she refuses, then there will only be Jinx. Jinx, the ticking time bomb, and Vi's worst nightmare. For Jinx to first attribute her creation to Vi isn't that outlandish. It's not technically incorrect even. But again, even in this scene where Jinx has really tried to take action to take the reins of her life back, like, she's put in a lot of work to set up this tea party and get everybody here. Like, that's a lot of action she's had to take. But even now, she still can't quite take control of the situation and have a truly active role. She still places blame on Vi, just like she did when they were kids. And she places the choice between Powder and Jinx on Vi. Jinx is still someone who hides behind others, be it Silco or Vi, but now that these two are in the room together, this basically triggers a battle in Jinx's head. Vi still holds on to Powder, as always, refusing to really acknowledge Jinx or what Powder's really had to go through. Silco, on the other hand, views Jinx as how Powder is meant to be. Powder must die to give peace to Jinx, to make Jinx stronger, to free her from the torture of her past as he did to himself the day his old self died. Vi does not love Jinx. She loves the memory of Powder, long buried but not dead. Silco does not love Powder. He loves the strength of Jinx. He loves her for her scars, for they have made her. Vi begins to shout to Powder, recalling Milo, Clagor, and Vander. To Vi, their memory was her sole light in the darkness of prison. But to Powder and Jinx, they are her worst monsters. She recalls their faces with horrible, nightmarish twists, fighting within herself to just make it stop. Silco, for all his faults and failings as a parent, understands what is going on with Jinx right now. He knows the torment that Vi is causing her. He tries to get Vi to stop, but before he can shoot her, Powder shoots him. Finally, she's been able to save her family, but in the process, she destroyed it all over again. Jinx immediately crumbles, realizing what she's done. She begs for his forgiveness as he dies, full of guilt and regret, having repeated all over again the nightmare she lived here all those years ago. Once again, she is unworthy of love. Once again, she will lose everything she holds dear. But instead of being angry, Silco stays true to his love for Jinx. He tells her he would never have given her to Piltover, for she, not Zaun, was his true life's purpose. With his dying breath, he tells her, "Don't cry, you're perfect." Both Vi and Silco believed in her for different reasons, at different times, but Silco was the only one to give that, truly, unconditionally, tried and tested. She was always worthy of his love. But any hope of quick reconciliation between Jinx and Vi dies the moment Vi tries to tell Powder that everything is okay, right after she just killed someone incredibly important to her. Vi is so far gone in the past, in her own way, she is also detached, much like Jinx. When Jinx plunks in that chair, I think she chooses Jinx because she knows she can't just go back to being Powder. I think she accepts that. And I think that's because Jinx and Powder are now forced to see that they are the same. Jinx, like Powder, has destroyed what she held most dear in her attempts to do something that she felt was saving something important. I also think now that Vi didn't actually change at all, that's the thing. Vi remained in the past. That's what kept her sane in prison. That's why she can't let go of Powder. Jinx, whose differences made her strong enough to survive, is forced to see her old protector in a vastly different light, as well as the measure she once represented to Jinx. In a way, I actually think this is the first real big growth moment Jinx has. And sure, it might not be a positive growth, we don't really know yet. It's still a unique moment for her because, for once, she knows exactly what she's going to go do. She knows exactly the level of destruction she's about to go cause, and she knows what this is going to do to her relationship with her sister. Like, she's fully acknowledging that. She's taking accountability and responsibility. When Jinx says, "Here's to the new us," I think she's referring to Powder and Jinx, not Vi. I used to think Jinx killed Powder here, but now I think they've finally been forced to mesh. That blue smoke screams of Powder and Jinx's shared agony, forced to face their pasts and to emerge from the fog together. Emerging not as a passive victim, but as an active villain. Every good thing she's ever tried to do has gone to shit. Every attempt she's made to make the dreams and hopes of her loved ones come true has fallen terribly flat, at least. If she is a destructive entity only capable of tearing things apart, then maybe, after all, this difference is what will make her worth something. Maybe this difference is what made her strong, and maybe it's what made her perfect in the eyes of the one person who never made her feel unworthy of love.
She fulfills Silco's dream, removing the oppression of Piltover's council over Zaun, right before they were about to vote, peacefully, in favor of it. How fitting that the new Jinx's act was to destroy something good right before it was born. Ekko is known as the boy who shattered time. While we don't know how much his in-game lore will shape his story in Arcane, Ekko has stayed true to his title. But rather than shattering time, he has shattered its shackles. A central theme of Arcane is how the past can be a prison. It can hold a person back, like Vander, turn them bitter, like Silco, or it can haunt them, like Jinx. But Ekko defies this by being one of the few characters to work forward from his past, working towards a brighter future. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Ekko and Powder lived very similar childhoods in Piltover's Undercity. Both were presumably orphaned at a young age, and they were subsequently adopted by well-meaning people who gave them safety and encouragement when it came to their interests, inventing and tinkering. And both of these kids looked up to Vi. Vi was the big sister figure for Ekko, almost as much as she was Powder's. Ekko was Vi's little man. He learned how to fight and take up space like her, and honestly, I think he, like Powder, aspired to be just as brave as Vi was. After Benzo's death, Vander's defeat, and Vi's disappearance, Ekko had nobody. We don't know how he survived in those immediate years after Silco's takeover, but Ekko, much like Vi in her earlier years, had to grow up quick. As he later says to Heimerdinger, "You'd be surprised what you can pull off when your life depends on it." Ekko was always a prodigy, but his new circumstances forced him to break inventive barriers, among other things, in order to stay alive. Powder, on the other hand, never had that opportunity. She was taken under Silco's wing at an extremely vulnerable moment. She went from one overprotective protector to the next. Powder may have suffered a lot after Vander's loss and Vi's supposed abandonment of her, but she wasn't forced to grow up like Ekko was. She wasn't forced to face the music of the world around her. She lived in the safety of Silco's inner circle, while Ekko had to survive the worst of Silco's reign. The two diverge from one another from this point on, and it's sad to see. It's hard not to wonder if Powder hadn't been immediately scooped up by Silco in another universe, what kind of firelight she could have made. Jinx's inventions are also a sign of how stuck she is compared to Ekko. Jinx can crack most things mechanical, sure, but she's especially fixated on explosions, the very invention that ruined her life and destroyed her family. She's still stuck on that moment as the years pass her by, her passion ultimately hijacked by her greatest regret. Whereas Ekko, by Act 2, can literally fly. Ekko's made something that defies gravity, and flight is symbolically a very happy, positive thing. It's a hopeful concept in and of itself. It's a freeing sensation, unless you're scared of heights like me. The complete opposite of Jinx. throwing her grenades in a pit and watching them explode. But perhaps one of the most important differences between these two characters was how they ultimately viewed Vi. For Powder, Vi was something that made her hopeful, but also caused her great pain. While Vi's words of advice and encouragement kept her going, memories of their last encounter soured them. Powder, as she grew into Jinx, could never really let go of the pain of her most dreadful day. For Ekko, even though Vi kind of left him too, he kept her memory close. He used her memory, along with Benzo's and Vander's, as an example of the kind of person he wanted to be. He wanted to be strong, capable, caring, and ready for whatever came his way. These memories would not keep him mired in grief, or wallowing in self-pity or bitterness. Rather, they would pave the way for the leader he would become. Rather than be stunted by the past, he grew because of it. Sometime between Act 1 and 2, Ekko formed the Firelights, a band of Zonites who saw the destruction of the Shimmer Trade and Silco's rule, and were sick and tired of watching their world fall apart. Silco may have said a lot of things about freeing Zon from Piltover's oppression, but the Firelights knew that Silco's version of freedom was probably just freedom for some, not for all. One could argue that Silco's Undercity has a wider disparity between the bottom of Zon and the top than it ever did. The Firelights are a small band of guerrillas whose edge comes from Ekko's inventions. Ekko is known as the boy savior, both admirably and mockingly. While the Firelights aren't exactly effective or nearly as experienced as Silco's people, each member shares Ekko's determination to get up and try again. They're a very annoying swarm that Silco's people repeatedly have to swat away. But the important thing to recognize about Ekko at this point is that he's still basically just a kid. While we don't know exact ages for anybody in Arcane, Ekko is around Jinx's age, so let's say maybe 16 or 17. And at that age, he's leading a small-scale rebellion. Ekko has the trust of his people backing him. He has a loyal second-in-command in Bat Dad over there. This guy puts his life on the line to save Ekko in a way not unlike Sevika does for Silco, showing just how loyal his people are. But even with the support of people that Ekko almost certainly sees as family, he's still a kid with a lot of pressure. I think a lot of Ekko's inspiration as a leader is drawn from those most important to him in his past. As we see in Vi and Ekko's reunion, Ekko still remembers and values how Vi fought, how Vi led. He still calls back to her lessons when he was a kid. The big sister who punched first and asked questions later. We even see how he charges at Jinx out of anger, not thinking about what his loss could do to the Firelights after Jinx kills Eve. I think he developed a deep appreciation for Vi's strength because of his own experience of being forced to grow up well before his time, just so he could survive, and care for those who depended on him. Ekko has lived a part of the Vi experience in her absence. But Ekko is still a kid, and his front of big man falls apart when he's finally able to hug the girl who used to call him little man. Both Jinx and Ekko have their moment where their childhood protector hugs them after years apart. They both shed a tear. They're both these kids who've been so alone, shouldering burdens that few others really understand. In Ekko's case, he's been leading a cause he likely feels that he's struggling to make succeed. To have this moment of vulnerability, after trying to keep a tough face, shows that it's been rough for him. But the main difference between Ekko's and Jinx's moment with Vi is that Jinx is so lost in the fog of her own pain, her own mire of the past. Jinx tears away from Vi, ruled by fear and suspicion. But Ekko, on the other hand, shows Vi the steps he's taken to the better future he hopes to build someday. A future built on the memories of those who deserved to live to see it. Unlike Vi, Ekko doesn't hold onto the past like a life raft. Vi held on to her memories because they were her one saving grace in Stillwater. She revisited the memories of the lost every day, and she sort of got stuck back there. She struggles to handle the new, harsher reality that she's presented with after getting out of prison. Season 1 follows her as she comes to terms with this fact. Rather than the past being a comfort, like it is for Vi, or a ghost like it is for Jinx, Ekko, along with all the Firelights, work to remember what and who they're fighting for. They don't have the luxury of living in the past or thinking of it all the time. They can't, as they're always either hunted by Silco or assaulting his operations. Instead, they work to never forget the people that they have lost on their road to a better future. They work very hard to remember why they want that better future. You can see a lot of kids among the Firelights especially, hinting that maybe there's a lot of families among its members. Just look at Bat Dad. I'm willing to bet that most of the members are fighting for future generations, not to get revenge for the past or to get power or respect. They just want to be able to live. Even the Firelight's tree is a symbol of renewal. They're not about stagnancy, returning to Vander's Undercity. They're not about revenge and bitterness, the chief trait of Silco's empire. You can cut down a tree, even burn it down, but almost always trees somehow find a way to keep living. It's actually really hard to kill an adult tree. Just think of the trees that survived atomic bombs. The Firelights build their base around this tree, remaining respectful of this old, comparably ancient veteran of Zaun's hardships. A tree that gives them life and shelter. They appreciate it and its storied past. For the Firelights, it's not about returning to the Undercity of old or simply taking over the Undercity of Silco. It's about making something new or respecting or remembering those who came before. A cause that Ekko has championed for years. I get the feeling that Ekko has a lot of insecurity as he is young. What kid at his age who isn't currently leading a rebellion doesn't have self-doubt and confidence issues? He's young and he's got a lot of pressure, but I'm excited to see where they take Ekko as the story continues in Season 2. Episode 7 is one of the most important episodes in the whole show, I think, but it's especially important for Ekko. Earlier in the episode, we can see that Ekko isn't stuck in the past. Ekko is willing to overlook his own distaste for enforcers, for instance, to work with Caitlyn. Ekko was willing to join Caitlyn and go to begrudgingly help Piltover by returning the Hextech, preventing even more bloodshed in the lanes from either side. Or at least, in theory. Ekko doesn't want any Zaunites to die needlessly. He sees that every day anyway. But he also doesn't want to hurt innocent people in Piltover. That's not what he's about. Ekko's taking a big risk going with Caitlyn. He's well aware that the enforcers might be crooked, he knows many of them work for Silco, but he trusts in Vi's judgment of Caitlyn. While Vi doesn't say much about Caitlyn and Ekko's plan, Vi's defense of Caitlyn, I think, carries a lot of weight for Ekko. Caitlyn's appeal to him is also pure, and I think a part of him wants to believe a good turn is finally coming in this fight he's been fighting. It would mean a better fate for his people, too. He ultimately goes alone with Vi and Caitlyn, rather than bringing his own people, not to risk them, and after making it clear to Caitlyn, he will have the Council's ear if he is going to help return the Hextech, instead of trying to use it to build his own weapon. He's going to prove that his people aren't Silcos, and are not like Silcos, if things work out. Which they don't. Ekko was ultimately right to distrust Caitlyn's plan, even if Caitlyn genuinely didn't realize that Marcus was as crooked as he was. Now, Ekko's fight with Jinx sums up his whole character in 30 very well planned and executed seconds of awesome animation. It's incredible, the level of visual storytelling here. I know I'm gonna miss things, but still, it's just... For starters, Ekko stands between the promise of the future and the prison of the past. Vi and Caitlyn pass through the bright light to Piltover, together, towards something hopeful, while Jinx is left behind, alone, in the dark. Given Ekko's association with time, him being the person standing between these two destinations is awesome. Ekko is the only one fully in the present, quite literally, standing between time. He's not stuck in the past, and he's safeguarding the future. When he pulls out that stopwatch, we see the flashback sequence of the game he and Powder used to play. A game she always won at, judging by Ekko's frustration and Powder's teasing. She would shoot at him, and he would try to close the distance before he got spattered by paintballs. Jinx's smile says she fully expected this game to go down, just as it did when they were children. But Ekko, still the only one who literally moves forward in this scenario. He's running and she's standing there. Ekko cuts her down quick. So, please let me know what you think of this in the comments. Maybe I counted wrong, so I admit this is a little shakier. But Powder, I think, in the past dream of this game, fires 6 shots or so. And then, in the present day, she then fires 6 or so shots again. Same timing, same position, same everything. She hasn't changed. Ekko is the only one of the two who has surpassed those days where he used to lose. He's not stuck in the past, not like his childhood friend. His determination has carried him forward, just as it has the firelights, while Jinx's hopelessness has held her back. But when Ekko has her pinned down, he hesitates. Earlier this episode, we see Powder's face on the Firelight's mural. Ekko tries to tell Vi that Powder is gone. There's only Jinx, and she's a lost cause. You can hear the reluctance in his tone here. He doesn't want to believe it, but he knows he kinda has to. He's still sort of stuck here on this part of the past, but he knows it's fatal to hold back because of it. Just look at what happened to Eve, whose face was just being painted on the mural after Jinx killed her in episode 4. A moment of hesitation is deadly. But when Ekko's faced with delivering the killing blow to somebody who's probably killed a lot of his friends, he sees Powder. I honestly do think that that small little smile she gives him is Powder. And Ekko kind of softens here. He looks at her and he remembers, my best friend. Ekko wants to believe that she can come back, especially after Vi had a belief that she could come back. Even though we've seen that Jinx, after having moments of softness when she remembers Vi, snaps right back into destruction mode as a knee-jerk reaction. Again, like with Eve, Jinx sets her grenade off, nearly killing her and Ekko. Killing Jinx is one thing, but killing Powder is another for Ekko. This is doubly important if you take into account that in League, there's dialogue that suggests, he basically admits it, that he had a crush on Powder. I also think, while I don't have solid evidence of it, that at some point, I think Ekko did try to rescue Powder. For starters, I can't not see Ekko trying to get Powder back from Silco after finding out she was still alive. But it's also just the way she says, the boy savior. It sounds very like, oh yeah, the boy savior. The fact that Jinx made her little explosive robots after, the firelight bug implies a particular level of malice or attention directed at Ekko and his group. If Ekko did try to rescue her, or in other words, to bring Powder back to the surface, this would be a thing that Jinx would not like. She would be terrified and angry at that idea, because bringing Powder back would mean facing the music of her past, a thing that is her greatest demon. But with that smile she gives him, I think it is Powder that's like, I recognize that you still care, but I don't deserve it. Boom. I realize that I don't really have a whole lot to go off of to prove that. That's just my own thing in my head, so make of that what you will. Whether or not this encounter is what forces Ekko to recognize that Powder is truly gone, or maybe if it rekindles his hope that she could come back, is something that we will not know until season 2. Heimerdinger has always been about maintaining the status quo, due to his fear of the dangers of progress, until he actually starts to see how desperately the world around him now needs extreme progress because of his holding progress back for so long. He and Ekko both attempt to enter the other's worlds to help, and both are rejected by said people. Ekko's not kidding when he says to Heimerdinger that they've had the same day, although Ekko did survive an explosion, so yes, it is kind of different. The other thing, too, is that we see these two leaders, who are from opposite sides of the river. Both have no hatred in their hearts for someone just because they're from the opposing side. Heimerdinger has deep respect for Ekko and is fascinated by his invention, much like how he saw the brilliance of Victor. It doesn't matter that they're both from the Undercity, not to Heimerdinger. Ekko, on the other hand, despises enforcers, and it makes total sense. Many are corrupt, and they work for Silco. Even before that, they didn't have a great rep in Zaun. But Ekko doesn't hate someone just for being from Piltover. He recognizes Heimerdinger instantly, not a hint of malice in his voice, just genuine curiosity. You know Ekko knows Heimerdinger's an inventor too. Of course he invites the now cast-out ex-counselor back with him. He's the only counselor that I'm aware of to ever voluntarily set foot in Zaun with no violent intentions in the whole show. And Arcane's not as simple as good guys and bad guys. There's so much more to the story and the politics. But it's here, in Heimerdinger seeing the Firelights home and seeing the risk involved with Ekko's inventions, that he's forced to see what progress is really about a lot of the time. Ekko didn't create all he did or do all the work he did because it was fun. It was because he didn't have a choice. Heimerdinger has grown so used to inventing for joy, rather than necessity. Ekko reminds him that, for many, especially short-lived humans, progress can't wait. Fun is a luxury. Just look at Heimerdinger's little scene with the girl who he makes that spinning top for. Her mom yanks her away because who knows what that Yordle's up to. The world is a mess for a lot of people, especially in the Undercity. Heimerdinger is forced to realize that, as right as he is about how badly progress can go, being overcautious can lead to horrors of another sort. Ekko tells him it's not enough to give people what they need to survive. You have to give them what they need to live. Survival is what most people of the lanes try to do, day in and day out. For most, they don't feel they have any power to change that. They don't live, they just exist. For Ekko and the Firelights, they chose to fight so they could live, rather than continue to just survive. Heimerdinger isn't technically wrong about the nature of mankind, and how great power is almost always abused. I don't think Ambessa Medarda is very wrong with her quote either. It's funny that you have like the brutal warlord and the little Yordle who just likes creating little things, both agreeing on the folly of man. Ultimately, Heimerdinger's restricting and rationing of progress with each generation of humans hasn't sprouted from nothing. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to do what we can with what we have and where we are to do better than what came before us, just as Ekko does. So that the day might come where that little girl could be allowed to have that spinning top that a genuinely sweet Yordle made for her. I also think too that Heimerdinger being a born mentor and teacher who just loves nurturing creativity and inventiveness in his students could be really good for Ekko. It might make him feel more confident to have somebody to look up to in an area that he's passionate about, because he definitely loves inventing. He just doesn't have the time or the luxury of time to do so like he did when he was a kid. I think it could be nice for Ekko to finally have that mentor encouraging him again, probably like how Benzo used to. But we won't know how this goes until season 2. As any good story will show, real villains are as human as you or I. Even with all their vices and evils, they're still uncomfortably relatable. And it's that likeness to us, everyday people, that makes them frightening. Silco is a ruthless authoritarian who weaponizes the weak to further his goals. He holds onto power at any cost, and there's no level too low for him to stoop if it means he can win, except in regards to his one weak link, a vulnerability as old as time. The love he holds for his one and only child. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Like most kids in the Undercity, Silco had to grow up quickly, and he did so alongside Vander, a fellow Zaunite that he considered a brother. Between Vander's brawn and Silco's cleverness, the two survived the squalor of the Undercity, and as they grew, so did their dream, the nation of Zaun, an Undercity free of Piltover's control. But Silco, somewhere down the revolutionary line, did something that Vander did not like. Tensions rose to the point where Vander tried to murder Silco by drowning him in the polluted waters of Zaun. Silco nearly gave in, no physical match for Vander, until the urge to fight, to survive, seized him. He grabbed Vander's knife, taking control back from the man who had only just been choking the life from him. Due to an eye injury from this fight, and his being submerged in the polluted waters of Zaun, his eye mutated after his escape. And as the bitterness of this betrayal festered within Silco, so did the poison of oppression seep into his flesh. Silco decided that he would free Zaun himself, on his terms, and he would have his ultimate revenge. Over the next few years, Silco worked with Singed on the creation and distribution of Shimmer, biding his time. His plan, as he later tells Vander, was to beat Piltover at their own game, turning their own corruption against them. While Vander continued to protect the weak when he could, Silco was already exploiting them for his own gain. For Vander, power was earned through acts of courage, of showcasing his great strength. Vander was charismatic, a wolf of a man. You can understand why people followed him in his failed rebellion. But for Silco, someone who lacked all of these things, power wasn't about how strong you were, or how fast, or how intelligent. He couldn't afford to pigeonhole himself into any one of those categories. Silco decided that power was about how much you were willing to give to take it. But by the beginning of Arcane's main story, Vander's reign is dying. Silco's is on the rise. He still has a fighting spirit, and he can't understand where Vander's went. Silco is a master at noticing insecurities and fears and weaknesses in his targets. This is how he gets a hold of Marcus, manipulating this young, bull-headed enforcer into helping him get revenge on Vander, and essentially taking control of the Undercity, all while leaving Marcus completely oblivious to this, and also making him feel like he's in charge. In reality, Silco hates enforcers. To him, they are a symbol of oppression. Silco perverts the bond of trust that Grayson and Vander share through his manipulation of Marcus, an added twist of the knife, I think, towards his former brother. After the death of Grayson and the successful kidnapping of Vander, Silco drops a bag of literal blood money for his new Judas. He's hooked and sunk Marcus so quickly. It's interesting that Vander, the Hound of the Underground, is less predatory in his practices than Silco. So Vander gets dragged back to Silco's lair, and Silco tries to get him to join him. Rather than this simply being strategic, I think this is Silco seeking validation from Vander. Yes, Silco's wanted revenge on Vander for that betrayal all those years ago. But the other side of this kidnapping, I think, is Silco really wanting Vander to admit that he was wrong. I think Silco once looked up to Vander like powder to Vi. I also believe Vander was a sort of protector to Silco. I think, much like Powder, Silco craved to have that old bond back in his life. Even though Silco is the one in control in this situation, I think it really bothers him that he can't control Vander here. Vander might express guilt and regret over his betrayal, but he will not tell Silco that he was right. He will not tell Silco that he was strong enough, or fast enough, or smart enough. In Vander's mind, Silco is still wrong. Vander can't abide by flooding the lanes with shimmer, with ruling over the people of Zaun, people that he has always wanted to protect, with an iron fist. Vander tells Silco to kill him, if he has to, but to spare the lanes. Silco, at this point, doesn't understand where Vander's sense of fight went. He doesn't understand that his love for his children has replaced his desire to destroy. "You'll die for a cause, but won't fight for one" is a statement Silco will fully comprehend someday, but he can't right now. Silco solely wants to destroy what he hates. He has so much bitterness in him, he cannot understand Vander's desire to protect what he loves. After torturing Vander, Silco is still bitter and hateful, so much so that he's willing to kill Vander's kids, or at least harm them. But it's interesting to see how Vi, already, is a bit of a threat to Silco's hold on things, something that really comes to fruition in Act 2. Sevika shields Silco from Powder's Hextech blast, throwing herself in harm's way and losing her arm in the process, an act that would later lead to Sevika becoming his Iron Fist throughout Zaun. Afterwards, Vander makes a last stand and nearly kills Silco in an attempt to protect Vi, his last remaining daughter. But Silco, using the knife he stole from Vander all those years ago, stabs his former brother, showing just how long he held onto the pain of that day. But it's here that Vander meets his own breaking point. And, as he lays dying, ingests shimmer. Silco's grand creation turns his former brother into the monster that Silco long saw within him, shrinking Silco down even more in contrast to this massive, mutated beast of a man. Not all that dissimilar from Powder's final encounter with Vi, where Vi went from protector to monster, in the eyes of the person who once depended on them most. Silco later finds Powder, sobbing next to the body of his former brother. Silco has that blade still clutched in his hand, but Powder only sees a person who asked her if she was okay, the first and only person to do so, as she struggles to handle what she perceives as a betrayal. Powder literally leaps at this comfort, disarming Silco, sending the knife, that symbol of his hatred, off to the side. When Powder cries about Vi's abandonment of her, her own sister, Silco sees a kindred spirit, and he genuinely holds this little girl in his arms, comforting her and promising her, "We will show them all." A promise that, in the end, is kept. Years pass, and Silco rules Zahn from the shadows. His dream of a new day is closer than ever, though progress isn't quite as quick as he'd like. But Silco is all about a long game. He's patient, and biding his time is something he's used to. But at this point, Silco is not just a devilish villain, he's not just an authoritarian ruler. He is also a devoted father. Under his wing, Powder grew into Jinx, a young woman who was a far cry from that sobbing little girl. But instead of trying to help Powder grieve and process her own emotions in a healthier way than he did, Silco passed down his bitterness. Jinx became a genius with a knack for all things mechanical, but with deep instability and homicidal tendencies. Jinx, much like Powder, was a known screw-up. Nobody really liked her, and she wasn't exactly kind either. But Silco loved Jinx for all her scars, for to him, they were what made her, largely because he encouraged them to fester, just as his did. Silco gave Jinx a little hideout, with all the space she needed to invent her weapons. He let her hang out in his office, hiding in the ceiling and drawing all over the walls. His desk is littered with little mementos that Jinx gives him. Silco trusted her so much that he let her administer his medication. Silco needed Shimmer injected in his eye to contain its affliction. We see him start the series more able to administer this himself, and with less pain. And I see this as how easy sacrificing for Zahn is for Silco. But as time passes, he finds this increasingly difficult to do. Having Jinx there to give him his medicine instead not only shows his immense trust in her, but it also shows that his work is taking a toll. His infection is spreading. But despite it all, Jinx is something he's proud of. Silco gives Jinx jobs to do with his syndicate, wanting to blend the two most important things in his life. That way, he wouldn't have to choose between Zahn and Jinx, or at least that's how I see it. But this often doesn't go smoothly, and Sevika, Silco's second, is often left to clean up the messes the impulsive Jinx leaves behind. After Jinx screws up on a Shimmer run, Sevika tells Silco that Jinx is a liability, but Silco won't hear any of it. He knows if Sevika left him, he'd be set back immensely, but he cares enough about Jinx that he risks that. Sevika left Vander largely for this same weakness, and she can see it starting to happen again. But Silco still has enough of his passion for his dream that Sevika still views him as Zahn's best hope. This is why she continues to work for him, even if Silco dismisses most of what Sevika says about his daughter. While Silco is honest with Jinx about her screw-up here, he still shields her from the consequences and valid criticism. Yes, he tells her that she's set back their plans for weeks, but he basically gives her a slap of the hand, while Sevika has to deal with most of the trouble. Much like Vi, Silco is still overprotective of Jinx, and I think it is in part because to be critical of Jinx is to be critical of himself. He loves Jinx, but I think that love is largely due to the perfection that he molded within her. When Jinx blows up enforcers and buildings in Piltover, Silco does get mad at her. This is a huge mess he will have to clean up, but he's cut short the moment Jinx, for once serious, pulls out a Hextech gem, a key tool to Piltover's dominion over Zahn. Perhaps with it, Zahn will be able to meet Piltover on a technological level. Jinx hugs her father, and we see in this shot the true and ultimate dilemma of Silco's story. In one hand, he holds the key to Zahn, and in the other, his most precious work. And we already know, just by how close Silco holds her, who will win out in the end. Silco trusts Jinx to reverse engineer Hextech. If she cracks it, they'll have a weapon to boast against Piltover. Finally, some leverage in a fight that's been dragging its heels. But after Jinx comes to a standstill due to the ghosts of her past, Jinx comes running to him for comfort once again, and tells him she doesn't want to work on Hextech again. It's too painful. But Silco tells her, "Fear haunts us all, child." I think a really important aspect of Silco's character is his desire for control. Silco's never been a fighter or a genius. He's not even an upfront politician, technically. He's more of a hidden figure. His sole power is controlling everything around him from his dingy office. And I'm sure growing up in Zaun was a long lesson in how crappy it feels to have no control over your own life. But another thing to note is that Vander's attempted murder of him was through asphyxiation. I'd argue the most helpless way to die. But rather than let his fear control him in that situation, he instead fought back against it. He wrestled his life back just when he thought all was lost. Fear may still haunt him, but it does not control him. At least, not often. Silco believes that for Jinx to take control of her own life, to stop feeling like her past is holding her prisoner, she must let her old self die, her fearful self. She must retake control from the past. Silco takes her to the river where Vander tried to kill him all those years ago, where he took control. He tells her he let a weak man die in order to become what he is today. And while I do believe that Silco is stronger, sure, I think his old self is absolutely not dead. And I think this is best shown in his fear of losing Jinx. Silco, after all of what he went through with Vander, had his ability to trust and his ability to care basically ripped apart. Jinx changed that, because in her he saw himself. Jinx, therein, filled that void in his heart, as screwed up as they both are, and she is really precious to him in that sense. For Jinx's past to wrestle her away from him would be heartbreaking. And so, killing Powder was necessary for Silco to maintain control over Jinx being in his life. It's definitely selfish on his part, but I do think he also wants to give her peace. He doesn't like to see her in pain. Again, Silco does love Jinx, but he's also super screwed up, and she's screwed up, so it's not like a pure love, it's toxic. For a while, this little dunk in the water does bring some stability to Jinx's life, and also to Silco's, but it doesn't last long. Because after years of believing she was dead, Silco finds out that Vi has returned. The only agent of chaos he wants is Jinx, the chaos he nurtured, not the chaos Vi represents, the chaos of that one man he couldn't truly control. Silco launches a full-blown manhunt to get Vi under control. Vi and Caitlyn were hiding out in Vi's childhood home, one she shared with Powder in their earliest years. This home, or what remains of it, sits in a pit, deep in the bowels of Zaun, where the fallen reside. Shimmer addicts, the maimed, the mutated, reside in the darkness, desperate for even a drop of the drug that ruined their lives. Silco is known as the Eye of Zaun, and we see a great big neon eye glowing on top of the tower that makes up the structure of Vi and Powder's home. This corruption, heavy upon the world these sisters once knew, where they both wish they could return to. Silco corners Vi here after using an army of addicts to help find her. People who once admired Vander are now slaves to the sludge that Silco has peddled. As Huck explains to Caitlyn, he did shimmer because he just wanted to feel strong. I think Silco understands this well, how it felt to be weak. He knows how powerful it is, what shimmer can provide, and he exploits that. Silco had that moment where he snapped and decided to fight and take with all his might. He was never offered the same quick fix, never peddled the same lie or half-truth that he peddles to other vulnerable people. To Silco, those who don't have that same kind of moment as him are weak. He's obviously stronger, so why shouldn't he take advantage of them? It's all for a greater cause, right? In contrast, Vi stands not with an army of the oppressed. Rather, she stands with one person who wishes to annihilate all oppression in Zon. Caitlyn is an enforcer working with a Zonite, fostering mutual trust and loyalty. Their very partnership goes against what Silco believes. It's interesting how Silco would look at Caitlyn and classify her as one of the oppressors, when she, not Silco, right in that moment, is helping the weaker party, Vi. Not only that, she shows kindness to Huck, all while Silco stands with an army of people enslaved by a poison he peddled, fully aware of what it does. If he has to stand on a mountain of bodies to make Zon the free nation he wants it to be, that's a price he's willing to pay. But you know, Silco's doing what he said to Vander that he would do. He would beat Piltover at their own game. He would be just as corrupt as them. He really isn't that different from Piltover becoming the same sort of monster. But unlike Vander having his epiphany on the Bridge of Progress, Silco hasn't yet had his realization of what this tactic will leave him with. Not until he too stands upon that very same bridge. Vi and Caitlyn bring down the tower, crashing Silco's eye around him. After they escape, Silco rages, stomping around the ruins of his very corruption. Vi is here, and she's prepared to bring it all down if it means she can get her sister back. This is the first time, of two, where we see Silco just lose it, because he doesn't have the control here. Losing control is very scary for him. He gets violent and he gets sloppy. Silco even attempts to go talk to Jinx, just wanting to get her finding out about Vi under control, when Sevika stops him. One thing Silco's consistently done with Sevika when it comes to Jinx is that he's often brushed off the real reason why he won't accept her criticisms of Jinx. He will always brush it aside, blame Jinx's issues on others, and never fully admit that Jinx is his weakness. Sevika advising him, despite her own issues with Jinx, says, for one thing, that the two are friends of a sort, after working together after all these years. Silco taking her advice says a lot about how much he respects Sevika, but it also shows how much he cares about Jinx. His acknowledging that Sevika is right by listening to her is his way of admitting, yes, Jinx is my weak link, and he has to come up with a way to show that he still cares about Zon more than anything. Sevika can still rely on him. He has to show that he is not compromised. Silco and Sevika go to meet the Chem Barons at the meeting they called about the blockade. A blockade that Silco is not even certain he's in charge of, as Sevika reminds him. Nobody really knows what Marcus's allegiances are at this point, and Silco's trying to delude himself into sounding like he's certain that Marcus is on his side, but it's not a good time for him. Silco gasses the meeting, basically asphyxiating them all to near death with the toxic chemicals Zonites are exposed to. Gases that Silco is used to. Silco is showing, with quite a bit of theater, that he lives and breathes Zon. Unlike the Chem Barons, he never left the Undercity. He chose to stay and sit in the pollution, that would remind him why he's fighting in the first place. He calls out the Cambarans for having the luxury to forget what they're supposed to be fighting for, becoming so accustomed to the cushy lifestyle their wealth he's enabled, has afforded them. I also like that he's employing asphyxiation as a way to gain control over the Cambarans. Silco breathes and makes a speech through this air, while those who dare to criticize him suffocate around him. And this is why Sevika ultimately stays loyal to him, after Finn tries to tempt her betrayal. He's still got it, and he's far more cunning and capable a leader than Finn could ever be. Sevika's not above switching sides if someone better for Zahn came along, but Silco, for now, walks the walk and talks the talk, even as his empire is on uneasy footing. But Sevika still warns Silco here. He needs to decide what he's loyal to, Jinx or Zahn, before someone better comes knocking. And I think Silco deeply respects Sevika's honesty here. He knows that she's loyal only to Zahn, and I think if he was in her shoes, he'd say the same thing. Her ability to think for herself and know her own mind is what makes her invaluable as his truest enforcer. Jinx eventually does go to confront Silco about Vi, but she's violent and she feels betrayed. She believes that Silco lied to her about Vi still being alive. Rather than trying to calm the situation, Silco uses Jinx's own insecurities to fuel her belief that Vi has replaced her. Silco can see how much Vi means to her, just by how angry Jinx is at the idea of Vi being hidden from her. Silco fears Vi retaking her old position as the most important person in Jinx's life. Silco's been abandoned before, and he cannot have that happen again. But I also think that Silco still clings to this idea that Vi and Powder had a similar betrayal to him and Vander. I think that thought has been a comfort to him, because it meant, in his mind, he was doing everything right with Jinx. For it to be coming out that the event was not at all what it seemed would call into doubt some of Silco's choices, both with himself and Vander, and his own daughter. Silco is fighting this reunion of these two sisters with all his power, but it's ironically a reunion he conspired to have with his own brother not so long ago. Perhaps he doesn't want Jinx to feel the same pain of rejection that he felt after failing to get Vander to join him. Or maybe it's his way of avoiding the pain of admitting how different things could have been if only he'd done some things differently. Because, for all he knows, maybe Vi and Powder could have a different outcome. He feels out of control here. But the final nail in the coffin of getting Jinx to simmer down and listen to his words is when he tells her he needs her. Now more than ever. She needs to finish the Hextech weapon. He trusts nobody else but her to do this. And so Jinx goes to get the crystal, plunging Silco into a crisis that had been brewing for years, all based on his realization of what his fight has wrought him. His daughter nearly dying on the bridge of progress. Silco finds Jinx on the bridge of progress, terribly injured, near death, but still clutching the Hextech crystal. The crystal she lost and had to go and get, that I also don't think Silco realized that had been stolen in the first place. I think Silco is now realizing that maybe his plans put her in fatal danger. Silco knows what Shimmer does, but he still subjects her body to the treatment. You could definitely look at how tender Silco is with her, and how he cradles her in his arms, as a sign of how genuine he is with his love for her. But I still think this act is quite selfish. His choice to put Jinx through this traumatic experience that warps her mind creates a new kind of monster. When Jinx wakes up, she goes on a semi-rampage, kidnapping Caitlyn and Vi, and then Silco. But only because she thinks he's going to betray her. Silco managed to broker the beginnings of a very shaky peace deal with Jace, the most naive and easily manipulated member of the council, so who knows if this would have actually, worked. The deal is that Zaun gets to have more autonomy. Silco would have been on the council. Zaun would have been more than just a slum. There was all these nice promises. But the thing that stops Silco in his tracks here, that bars him from feeling like he's finally got the victory he's been looking for all these years, is the fact that Jace wants Jinx. And so Silco goes to the statue of Vander. All these years later, he still wishes Vander's guidance, that reassurance. We see Vi has the same sort of moment with her dream of Vander in the bar. Honestly, sometimes I think that Vi and her closeness to Vander made Silco feel like Vi was maybe a replacement for him. Silco and Vi are very similar in many ways. It's really interesting, both in how they view Powder/Jinx. And also how important Vander's memory is to them, for good or for ill. Sitting at Vander's feet, Silco says, "Is there anything so undoing as a daughter?" Finally understanding why Vander lost his desire to fight for Zaun. Because now, Silco has come full circle himself. He understands. And to an extent, while Silco might not forgive his brother, understanding is a powerful thing. He pours some liquor in the fountain, almost like a reconciliation. But Jinx hears this conversation and mistakes it for him planning on handing her over. And so she kidnaps him, making Silco one of her special guests at her tea party. Oh boy. Jinx has Silco bound and gagged. He's sitting across from Vi, and he's helpless to plead his case when Jinx tells Vi she has to choose, Powder or Jinx. Vi tries to reason with Powder, who she refuses to refer to as Jinx, saying that they can just leave the city together entirely. Silco, once ungagged, argues that Vi wouldn't last 2 days with Jinx. He refuses to acknowledge Powder. Vi would realize that Powder isn't the same little girl anymore, and I don't think he's really wrong about this. I think it would happen. But he's desperate to stop the deconstruction of this perfect daughter that he's molded over the years. Jinx places her pistol next to Silco, and I do think that it is Jinx that's doing that. I think a part of Jinx does want Silco to just kill her past for her, but Powder doesn't, so she leaves Silco tied up. When Vi starts calling out to Powder and stirring up all her monstrous memories of the past, for all of Silco's faults, he does understand that this is tormenting Jinx. Completely out of control, he tries to scream at Vi to stop, wriggling out of his bonds and about to shoot, when Powder kills him to protect her sister. Jinx is heartbroken and terrified and scrambles over to Silco as he dies. He tells her, and I believe he's being sincere, that he never would have given Jinx to Piltover. Not for anything. His final words to her, the "don't cry, you're perfect," are some of the most important words Silco's ever said to Jinx. Considering how everybody else thought she was a screw-up, it's a big thing for him to say this, even in the face of the death she caused. Silco doesn't hate her. He still loves her unconditionally, and he doesn't blame her for anything. Silco showed them all in the end that he was the one person who, in the face of absolute disaster, could still show his love to the person who caused it. However, I do think that, yes, Silco loved Jinx, but he only saw her as perfect because he molded her in her very vulnerable years to the idea of perfection he wanted. Of course she's perfect to him. This isn't Silco saying, you're perfect no matter what. This is Silco saying, you're perfect just the way I made you. Again, this is about control. For Silco, that's all it was ever about. And with his dying words, he exercises a powerful form of control over his daughter, over the situation, with these very important words. But we won't know the full extent or the full effect of these words until Season 2. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, but it's also paved with our own emotional baggage. While Arcane's Vander wanted what he thought was best for Zaun, he halted when faced with the death and destruction of this path. While he likely thought he was doing the right thing by drowning Silco, he accidentally created one of Zaun's most vicious overlords. And while he wanted what was best for his children, especially Vi, much of what Vander thought was best was shaped by the pain of his own regrets. For a man who only seemed to want what was best, all of what he touched ended up turning to ashes. And just like how trauma can trickle down generations, we also see the hints of a beginning of Vander's path being repeated in Season 2 of Arcane. The very last thing that he ever wanted for the people he loved most. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Vander grew up in Piltover's Undercity alongside Silco, and the two viewed each other like brothers. Together, they dreamed of a better future for the nation of Zaun, seeking to win the Undercity's independence from their overlords of Piltover. By time Vander and Silco were young men, they'd likely been planning Zaun's uprising for some time. Though, while we don't know the details, a rift eventually formed between the two. Something Silco wanted, or planned, or sought to do did not sit right with Vander. I think it probably had something to do with Shimmer, but that's sort of up in the air. But it was bad enough that Vander nearly drowned Silco in a terrible betrayal. Silco steals Vander's knife as he fights to stay alive, and while we don't know all the details, he did manage to get away. But despite this violent betrayal, Vander still dreamed of a revolution to bring Zaun the freedom it needed. And his people believed in him. Vander is this big, tough, charismatic guy, and he's a natural leader. And while Silco did his dirty work in the shadows, Vander went on as Zaun's chosen leader in the light. Vander eventually led a doomed charge over the Zaun-Piltover Bridge, which got countless citizens of the Undercity killed by enforcers. It is here, amidst the smoke and blood, that Vander's idea of the future completely flips. And it is all in the tears and devastation of two children. In Vi's devastation and Powder's cracking innocence, Vander is faced with what is left in the wake of war. The path of violence may lead to freedom, maybe, but who is left to inherit that future? As far as Vander knows, only orphans, the broken, and the lost. Vander had spent years of his life trying to destroy what he hated, the oppression of Zaun. But Vander here abandons the path of violence, dropping his fists and instead taking up a child in each arm. In this instance, Vander makes the important decision to start protecting what he loves. Years later, Vander is the barman of his own tavern, The Last Drop. Everybody in Zaun is in and out of its doors, and Vander knows every single one of them. Everybody, for the most part, still sees Vander as the de facto leader of the Undercity. But Vander doesn't use his position to fan the flames of rebellion. Not anymore. Rather, Vander works to keep the peace, even if that peace is a backwards one. Zon is still stagnant, forced to bear Piltover's weight on its shoulders, and nothing is changing as Vander has a deal with the head enforcer, Grayson, a woman who, like him, doesn't wish to see more death. Both agree to quell tensions on their own sides and limit Undercity and Overcity conflict, more or less damning Zon to its current state of oppression. Vander accepts the stagnancy of the status quo in order to avoid lost lives in the meantime. Vander is still scarred by all those people who believed in him and died for him on that bridge. And the worst part is, whether he realizes it or not, him bowing to Piltover this way almost renders their sacrifices meaningless. Vander knows that his deal with the Enforcers would enrage his people, and so he's kept this deal secret from all but Benzo. Vander considers keeping the peace worth anything, even if it means his people's freedom. He refuses to forget what he considers his greatest failure, and I think that's one reason why he keeps his weapons hung above the bar. It was all such a terrible mistake that day, a mistake he doesn't want to see repeated. It's really hard to blame him for this because I'm sure Vander has some pretty terrible PTSD, and he certainly has survivor's guilt. Another thing that I want to note is Vander's position behind the bar. It's almost kind of like he's held himself back for the most part, as he only ever comes out from behind that line in order to protect the weak, like Twitch, or to keep the peace, or to serve drinks. And what does alcohol do? It keeps people distracted. So long as people keep drinking the Kool-Aid that Vander is serving, this backwards peace can continue. He won't have to cross those old lines. But Vander's weapons serve another purpose, and how they remind people of his revolutionary past. A lot of Vander's power that enables him to keep the peace for as long as he has comes from these old stories. But, as we can see, time has passed. The world is changing around Vander, and his grip on power is slipping as those tales become more and more faded. Sevika is the first person we see who calls out this weakness, specifically in regards to his willingness to do nothing when the Enforcers crack down on the lanes after Vi's botched burglary job. Vander might protect the weak from other Zonites, but he holds back when it's Enforcers picking on Zonites. And the fact that Vander is not willing to give up his kids to the Enforcers only steals his resolve to continue to do nothing. Vander holds back and he sort of stonewalls his own people. Sevika and many others are not keen to sit around and let Piltover shove them whichever way they want. The people don't know about Vander's deal with Grayson and the Enforcers, so naturally Vander's willingness to do nothing looks like complete weakness. But Vander is holding himself back in order to protect his children, and also to avoid the disaster of what happened on that bridge. There is a lot of strength that needs to be exercised, I think, in holding yourself back like that, but that doesn't make it a good thing. This part is also interesting because it shows that there's sort of the stages of empire going on here between Silco and Vander. We see Vander's empire is on the decay stage and Silco's is on the rising stage. Sevika leaving to join Silco represents that really well, I think. Where she goes, there is the empire. The other thing too that I want to point out is that this moment where Sevika leaves Vander sort of undermines Vander's whole guilt complex. Vander has spent so many years blaming himself for all the Zonites who died on that bridge, Vi's parents included. But Sevika leading her own people away, in favor of fighting for Zon, directly challenges Vander's own concept of guilt and responsibility. Because all of these people are adults who choose of their own volition to fight. They are all veterans of Zaun's crappiest circumstances, and they know the stakes of what they're up against. They're not throwing themselves into a fight that they don't understand. To me, this sort of shows that Vander, in feeling guilty and regretful and like it's his fault that everybody died, it's understandable. But it sort of also shows a little bit of removing the agency of all those people who chose to fight that battle. And the saddest thing is, he passes on this habit to his eldest child, Vi. Vi is the kid that Vander feels closest to, and I think this is because Vander feels accountable to and for her. Vi is the one who really forced him to recognize where his rebellion led the moment he met her on that bridge. Vi saw and experienced only the horrors of his choices, and she's old enough to remember the brutality of the enforcers that day. When Vander looks at Vi, he remembers that little girl crumpling over on the bridge, sobbing over the sight of her dead parents. Vi grew into an aggressive, hot-headed teenager. And above all, Vi wants to be strong, like Vander. I think Vander likely saw a lot of similarities between her and him, especially in how she protects Powder. Part of me can't help but wonder if Vander once played that role for Silco. Vander serves as Vi's shield, but Vander also equips Vi with the skills she needs to protect Powder. And Vander also tries to nurture in Vi a more cautious mindset, but it's unfortunately a type of caution that was shaped by his regrets. Vander learned the hard way where the path of violence leads, something that he didn't really consider when he was Vi's age. So now, in order to help her avoid making the same mistakes and feeling the same regrets, he tries to hammer in this message to Vi, that she is responsible for her siblings. Vi is the leader of these kids, and her brothers and sister would follow her into hell. When something goes wrong, Vander says, Vi is the one responsible. Not only that, but at the bridge, when Vander takes her back there, Vander really passes on the torch of his trauma in asking Vi to consider what she's willing to sacrifice, should she choose a violent path. Vander isn't telling Vi these things to be hard on her or to make her life more difficult. He's just trying to do what he thinks is the best thing for her. But in this still sort of carries on Vander's habit of viewing people's agency as non-existent or irrelevant. The people who chose to follow Vander on the bridge that day had agency, just like Sevika and her people. Vander is almost denying that Vi's siblings, even as they near adulthood, will have agency of their own. Feeling guilty and regretful is one thing, but letting it warp you is another, especially when that affects your children. And the other thing to note is that Vi is also a child. Along with this heightened responsibility she carries, Vi is also juggling the self-esteem of a teenager in a ridiculously oppressed society. With Vander trying to teach her about caution and responsibility in this way, he's unintentionally planting the seeds that will sprout into Vi's tendency to blame herself for things beyond her control. While Vander relieves some of the pressure of her role as a protector to Powder, he's indirectly burdening her with more here. And because Vi looks up to Vander in the same way her siblings look up to her, she takes what he says very seriously. Vander's lessons on responsibility and sacrifice, though they meant well, backfire because Vi decides to turn herself into the enforcers. Vi takes Vander's lessons to heart and believes this is the right thing to do, as she led the burglary that stirred the enforcer hornet's nest. Even though Powder caused the ensuing explosion, Vi is not willing to sacrifice her little sister. Vi leaves her bunny behind with Powder. And I do believe this is a last cry for help from the child that Vi still is. It's especially sad because by the bunny still being up in the wire, this means that Vander never helped her get it back either. Vander could not get Vi's innocence back, and in a way, almost took her further away from it. Vander realizes that in his attempt to prevent the loss of his kids, as well as watch them live with regrets, his own regrets led to the worst possible thing. His kid willing to give up her entire life in a horrible prison in order to save her family. And it's all out of a sense of responsibility that he helped to nurture. Vi does the brave thing out of a twisted sense of self-sacrifice, and Vander can't abide by that. Vander is not willing to sacrifice Vi in order to maintain the path of stagnancy. He's feeling like he doomed the person who trusted him the most and looked up to him. It's like the bridge all over again, and Vander throws himself on the fire in her stead. He exercises his own choice here, but Vi, much like Vander, blames herself for this. And she will for the rest of the season. The cycle repeats. Vander always saw in Vi her good heart. I think this is something they share, as well as their tendency to have that heart warped by guilt and regret. And although Vander tells Vi that he thinks she has a good heart in their parting words, he burdens her with a greater responsibility. He tells Vi to protect the family. And Vi only really knows one way to protect the family. The only other way she tried, sacrificing herself, or choosing a path of non-violence, was blocked. I think this moment sort of solidifies Vi's tendency to punch first and ask questions later. So Vi goes and mantles Vander's fists. I think it's very fitting that they are so big compared to her arms, because this is a big set of shoes to fill. Almost uncomfortably and unreasonably so. I think that imagery of her with the fists on the bridge is really powerful. It shows just how much Vi is carrying, and we see how unfair it is. And so, from here, Vi decides to carry out that last burden that Vander laid upon her. She's going to rescue her family. At Silco's lair, Silco tries to get some form of what I think is validation from Vander. All those years ago, Vander refused Silco's way of doing things. What Silco wants, all these years later, now that he has Vander in his clutches and has shown him shimmer, is for Vander to say that Silco was right. Silco was strong enough. Silco was smart enough. Vander even asks Silco if all of this, of what he did, was out of pride. And while I think Silco is being honest when he scoffs at the suggestion and says he's doing what he's doing to help Zon, I think him trying to get Vander to go along with it is definitely out of pride. I also think that Silco, sort of like Jinx and Vi later in their lives, is also desperate to have that protector figure back in his life. I feel like it's super plausible that, like their respective daughters, they once shared a similar bond, one that was shattered irreparably by that one betrayal. Vander is, like Silco, haunted by this betrayal, but no amount of regret can fix what's been corrupted. Silco's eye, wounded from that struggle and tainted by the chemicals in the water of Zon, is a solid example. You really get to see here where Silco and Vander are in respect to one another. For Silco, you see a guy who still thinks he has a chance to change Zon, but his method is beating Piltover at their own game and fighting back harder than ever before to make them respect him. But Vander has hit the wall. He's tried the revolutionary route, and I feel like it's implied that he did attempt diplomacy. Vander feels like his only hope, his only option, is to work with the enforcers. Silco still has some hope, whereas Vander has none. To Silco, Vander's path with the enforcers has left him unworthy of respect, which makes it really ironic when Silco begins to work with Marcus after the next time jump. Vander tells Silco to kill him if he has to, but to spare the Undercity. Silco saying, "You'll die for a cause, but you won't fight for one," just shows how different these two characters are right now. But the funny thing is, Silco in a way, is looking at himself in the future, because he will be there eventually too, but more on him in the next, well, in his analysis. Vander is disillusioned with fighting, and all his regret has drained every last bit of desire for a fight. But the fighter in Vander is not truly dead. Not when the people he cares about most are in danger. Even after Milo and Clagor end up killed, and Vander is badly injured, he fights again before Silco stabs him with the knife that he took from Vander all those years ago. Vander nearly kills Silco here, but at the last second, he can't bring himself to do it. And though Vander falls, seemingly to his death, that ain't the end for him, because Vander sacrifices himself by consuming Shimmer, the thing that I personally think he was ready to kill Silco for the first time all those years ago, but speculation. I believe that Vander wished he could carry burdens at a superhuman level. He wished he could have been ridiculously, inhumanly strong so that he could save more people. And here, Vander does become much more than just a guy. He becomes a monster. Vander saves Vi, but he's horrified to see how she looks at him, her protector, in terror, much like Vi and Powder in the next scene. But even in this roided out state, Vander still has the ability to choose between protecting what he loves and destroying what he hates. He resists the urge to kill Silco and chooses to save Vi instead. Vander is not willing to sacrifice his daughter, and he almost certainly feels responsible for what's happened to his sons. He can't let Vi perish either. As Vander seemingly lays dying before the fire, now turning his cherished family to ashes, he tells Vi to look after Powder. Powder, who caused the blast that killed their family, burdening Vi once again before leaving her alone in the world, blaming herself for his loss and asking if she even has anything left to lose. And it's here that Vander is gone from the story. Except he's not. Vander doesn't appear in humanoid form again for the rest of Arcane's first season, aside from in flashbacks and dream sequences and a statue. But his mark on the rest of season 1 is very, very, very powerful. For Vi, she still carries Vander's lessons with her, both to good places and to bad ones. She uses his memory as a fuel in some really toxic ways, and I get into that in Vi's video, which you can find on my channel. And Silco spends the rest of season 1 learning why Vander couldn't fight again for Zaun. Silco, like Vander, learns his lessons in the hardest possible way. As he later puts it, as he speaks to Vander's statue towards the end of his story, is there anything so undoing as a daughter? As Silco's empire decays, he understands that it wasn't so much about weakness or fear when it came to Vander and his refusal to fight. It was love. And to quote a certain maester on the wall, love is the death of duty. It's just a shame that despite Vander's love for his family, he was never able to quite move beyond his quote of, "You can't run from the past." Because you can't, he's right. The past is done, it's there, you can't change it. But that doesn't mean you can't move forward with it. But you know, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of a certain Hound of the Underground in the next season, if you know what I'm saying. The moniker of traitor is only directed at one character in Arcane, and ironically enough, this character is the most loyal character in the entire show, Sevika. Sevika's first scene is what Vi would call a betrayal, her leaving Vander and subsequently joining Silco. And as viewers of Arcane's first arc, of course we would agree, but Sevika never actually betrayed anyone, and that's because, for her, it was never about being on Vander's side or Silco's side. She's not loyal to a leader. Sevika is loyal only to Zaun, and wherever Sevika goes, whoever she chooses to support. All calls back to the better world she hopes to see someday. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Sevika likely lived through some of the worst oppression in Zaun's history, forced to live in Piltover's filth under Piltover's heel. Silco and Vander's nation of Zaun was a dream she shared, a dream of a Zaun able to stand on its own. And so, she threw her lot in, at the very least, with Vander. We don't know for certain, but I do think it's a safe assumption that Sevika was one of the survivors of Vander's failed rebellion. But despite this crushing defeat, she still stuck behind him. In Sevika's eyes, Vander remained the best hope for Zaun's future, even if that meant pulling back from all-out war. But Sevika wasn't just brawn over brains. She was logical and could easily see through empty words. So, when Vander, after Vi's failed burglary in Piltover, remained passive in the face of enforcer oppression, Sevika left him. And it's because she saw that his loyalties had changed. It's not hers that changed, it's his. Understandably, Vander was not willing to sacrifice his kids for the future of Zaun. You can't really blame him for this, but you can't really blame Sevika for leaving him for Silco either. Vander was trying to quell his people's very valid complaints through manipulation and relative dishonesty, with no real game plan other than bowing to the enforcers, maintaining the status quo of oppression and discrimination. Sevika saw through this, and of course she went to the one person in Zaun that still fought for the dream she shared, Silco. The thing that I really like about Sevika is that she never regrets any of her choices. When she makes a decision, she is all in. Sevika has clear goals and loyalties from the very start of Arcane, and she's the only one who never falters in them for the remainder of the show. Sevika knows that as dark and ruthless as Silco's methods are, his ultimate goal is a better day for Zaun. He's actually working towards this goal with a fire she shares and respects, a fire that has gone out within Vander. This isn't about power or simply being on the right side for Sevika. This is about what she believes in, and we see how much she believes in Silco by hurling herself in front of him after Powder's Hex-Tech blast. This lady is ready to give everything for the Undercity, right from the get-go, no hesitation. But at this point, she does not yet have to give her life, instead giving her limb. Sevika serves as Silco's right hand for years. She runs the Undercity with an iron fist, quite literally. She runs a tight ship and has no patience for incompetence, and, naturally, has a very deep irritation with Jinx, Silco's daughter. While Silco is an effective leader, he's developed a similar weak spot to Vander, his daughter, who is a walking disruption wherever she goes. Jinx has screwed up who knows how many operations under Sevika's watch. But Silco never holds Jinx particularly responsible. Sevika makes valid criticisms about Jinx to Silco, but he doesn't want to hear any of it. Even though Jinx's screw-ups interfere with Sevika's ability to keep Silco's empire on top, Silco would rather make excuses and ignore the main part of the problem. That Jinx is irresponsible, and Silco is putting her ahead of the nation of Zaun. The frustrating cherry on top of all of this is that Sevika is expected to clean up every single mess, and then to take Jinx with her again when Silco wants her to. Silco's plans have sort of met an uphill battle in recent years, but Sevika is still doing her best to keep that boulder of progress moving forward. Silco would be screwed without her, but Sevika also knows that Silco would never willingly lose Jinx. She sees the same weakness sprouting in Silco that forced her to uproot and leave Vander. Silco is almost always in the shadows, while Sevika is out in the Undercity. She's the side of Silco most seen by Zonites, and they all realize the hard work she does. Sevika's got an intimidating reputation for her strength and efficiency, but the Undercity sees how Silco treats her. It's only a matter of time before somebody tries to take advantage of this wedge. After all, the strength of Silco's reputation is largely built on top of Sevika's work. Sevika is respected and feared enough that most people in the Undercity would not try to mess with her. Well, at least until Vi shows up again. Right before Vi does show up, though, I want to talk about the card game Sevika is playing with those two goons. The game they're playing seems to be using tarot cards, and in connecting with my Cyberpunk video where I did research on tarot, I wanted to do a quick little reading of these two little tarot cards. So the two cards that are pulled are the Death card and the Magician. The Death card, aside from the obvious meaning, can mean the end of something, or the start of another. Essentially, corruption or rebirth. The Magician card is considered a protagonist card in tarot. And it's a card that's actually used to represent the unification of the physical and the spiritual. You could even interpret it as not necessarily these two things. It could just be a unification of something, a self-realization maybe. I can only speculate, but with what the writers have been saying and hinting at, and from shots we've seen in the trailer, I think that these cards sort of foreshadow a potential future alliance between Sevika and Jinx, which would be quite interesting considering their rivalry in Season 1. Let me know what you think the tarot cards mean below, I am very curious. When Vi attacks Sevika, it's sort of like someone's come to smash the bulwark of Silco's power. His control on the Undercity is upset. To Vi, Sevika is a traitor, not a defender, but that's only because Vander was the center of her old life. From Sevika's perspective, Vander betrayed Zon. Sevika's fighting style says a lot about her. She doesn't hesitate, and she's not afraid to fight dirty. And she also fights with a sense of enjoyment. For Vi, I think she's always felt she had to fight in order to survive. But I feel like Sevika genuinely gets a kick out of combat. That's one reason I'm willing to bet why Sevika is not into being a big leader herself. She likes being where the action is. She knows that she is a soldier, and she doesn't delude herself in pursuit of simply more. She would not enjoy a life behind a desk like Silco, but Sevika ultimately underestimates Vi's ability to fight. She toys with her a bit too much. But even after Vi beats her, she doesn't lie down and quit. She tries to fight Vi and ends up stabbing her, taunting Vi about Jinx now being Silco's daughter. Sevika enjoys the smoke, there's no doubt about it. She enjoys antagonizing people and taking them off balance, even if it's with words. But this pleasure she kind of takes in fights and conflict is a weakness. She gloats a little too long, and well, sure, it's plot device, but this moment of poor judgment does lead to Caitlyn shooting Sevika, and then Vi escapes, and, well, the plot continues. But despite her own injuries, Sevika runs back to Silco to let him know. Vi is back, and she's here for her sister. Even if Sevika doesn't like Jinx and would breathe a sigh of relief if she was gone, she's still there to warn her boss. And it's because she knows his weakest link is about to break. Jinx and Sevika have not too many scenes together in Arcane's first season, but the relationship is still really interesting. I think for Jinx, Sevika is almost like the new Milo of her life. Sevika will hit where it hurts, and she enjoys stirring the pot. But where I think Milo did this because of a lack of self-esteem, Sevika does this because she genuinely sees Jinx as the weak link in their cause. Sevika is the only person who will call Jinx out for her screw-ups. Most people are too scared of Jinx to do so, but Sevika is pretty much fearless. Of course, Jinx does not like this. She doesn't deal with criticism very well, and she hides behind Silco's overprotection. But Sevika's not just another bully like Milo. She's running a literal syndicate under Silco. She's competent, logical, reasonable, and driven. She has a goal and she's trying to reach it. It makes sense that she is frustrated with Jinx. And she's a touch sadistic enough that I honestly think she could be a powerful influence on Jinx. Silco made a big mistake, not encouraging more of a respect for Sevika in Jinx. I think Sevika is the only one among Silco's people that could have helped Jinx rein in her chaos and pain into something she could better control. Sevika, during Jinx's interrogation of her, taunts Jinx with the fact that Vi is back, and has replaced her with an enforcer. Sevika knows Jinx is a time bomb, and she sees her as a threat to Zaun. If she can set her off and prove to Silco that Jinx is a poison, problem solved. And Sevika's not wrong. Vi's return does eventually set her off, but not before Jinx strings Sevika up with liar written all over her in Silco's office. Side note, but Sevika just not even being all that intimidated by Jinx during the interrogation is just, it's funny. She just seems mildly annoyed. She's just like, oh, this again. After the Bridge of Progress is locked down, Sevika is the voice of reason for Silco. She's not scared of contradicting him, especially when she feels he's putting their goals on the line. Sevika cautions Silco here to help him realize that his control on the Undercity, control they've both worked so hard to maintain, is slipping. The Chem Barons aren't happy with the lockdown, Silco's grip on Marcus is in question, Piltover's cracking down heavily, and the Chem Barons want an assembly to discuss what the heck is going on. Silco, at first, is more concerned with his daughter. He doesn't even really want to entertain the Chem Barons at all. But Sevika reminds him of his mission. He can't just dodge the summons of his greatest supporters because he's worked up about his daughter. But when Silco does attempt to go and deal with Jinx head on, because he knows she's gonna be angry about Vi's return, Sevika stops him. And Sevika here is one of those rare characters in fiction, and even real life, who is able to set aside her own personal negative feelings about somebody to address things with empathy and understanding. And she tells Silco that when she was young, she had some issues with her father. She admits she and Jinx couldn't be more different, but she understands, as a daughter, how these kind of father-daughter issues feel. And she advises Silco to give his daughter some space. The bottom line is that Sevika does respect Silco, and he does respect her. Just like Vander and Benzo, as Silco's grip on things is slipping, Sevika's role as a second-in-command and an advisor is a huge relief for Silco. While Sevika may be annoyed with Jinx and Silco's growing weakness for her, she still understands it. But this advice that Sevika gives him also, I think, shows to Silco that Sevika fully sees his greatest weakness. Silco has sort of been beating around the bush, he's been knocking down Sevika's complaints and criticisms. He won't outright admit that she is my daughter, she is more important to me than my work. But here, in this moment, she's caught him when he's vulnerable, and Silco can't deny Jinx's actual importance. He knows that Sevika sees him. Sevika goes with Silco to the meeting with the Chem Barons. She herself can't stand the gas that they release, while only Silco can. And I like this, because it shows just how much of a Zaunite Silco is. He lives and breathes Zaun. He reminds the other Chembarons that because of him, they were allowed to turn their backs on the polluted place they came from, where they became accustomed to cushier lives and fat purses, where they became unadjusted to the pollution, the suffering of Zon. But it's ironic. Silco himself, though he talks about how the Chembarons have forgotten where they came from, that they're losing themselves, I think he knows that he is losing himself too. And he knows that that's how things look to Sevika as well. This show of loyalty to his cause, with Sevika as an observer, is as much for the Chembarons as it is for Sevika. Finn, one of the Chembarons, tries to tempt Sevika to betray Silco. Finn tries to appeal to Sevika by pointing out how important she is, how Silco doesn't appreciate her, how competent she is, how annoying this must feel when she's forced to clean up his daughter's messes. Basically, Sevika is reduced to being a babysitter, and Finn recognizes that this isn't what she signed up for. And Sevika does sort of agree with what he says here, especially when Silco, after Jinx blows up Marcus and stirs up the Enforcers, who then raid their chem labs, just kinda shoves Jinx's role in all this aside. Also, Silco brushing off Rennie's son's murder by Enforcers, technically Jace, sort of proves that if Silco had to choose between all the children of Zon and Jinx, his own daughter, Silco would choose his daughter. It is Vander all over again. Sevika's just like, again, I can't find a single person who can stick to their guns and just lead this revolution, come on! But Sevika chooses to kill Finn and humble the Chembarons, putting Silco back on top for the time being. Silco asks her if she was tempted to betray him, and her response, not for a worm like him, confirms what we already know. Sevika believes that Silco is still the best person to make Zon a better place. His speech about loyalty, despite being manipulative, does show that he still has his dream for Zon, and he still has the chops to achieve it. Finn is just in this game for the wealth, the pleasure, the power. Things Sevika does not hold above the nation of Zon. Finn will not be the last person who tries to take his power. If someone better comes along, someone more able to carry the flame of Zon, she would leave Silco to support whoever that was. Sevika's basically admitting here that Silco is looking weak, and he too is approaching that final line that Vander crossed. But for now, Sevika, who is sort of the symbolic keeper of Zon's flame, lights Silco's cigarette with Finn's lighter, showing that, for now, she still has his back, but just as easily, she could take that flame away. Sevika's final big scene is her fight with Vi. It's amazingly animated. It's so cool to see like how weighted the animation is in the fight scenes in Arcane. And it's also just cool to see like these two built women just beating the shit out of each other. Sevika is still at her usual post in the last drop, and when she sees Vi, she clears the bar. This time, she will not mess around, and it'll be a fair and square fight. Mostly, considering Vi's Hextech gauntlets. And god, it's awesome. Yes, both Sevika and Vi fight dirty, but they both have a sort of mutual respect for one another. I kinda can't help but think Sevika sees some of Vander's old fighting spirit in his protege. She respects that, and you can tell she's enjoying this. I'm willing to bet most people in a fight do not pose much of a threat to her, so for her to finally have someone to push her is like, finally! Yes, this is a Sevika analysis, but like, can you tell she's my favorite character? Vi has a drink, and Sevika sits down for a breather herself. They give each other a break until they both unleash on each other fully. Sevika doesn't waste time taunting Vi or underestimating her. She nearly wins. Nearly. but Vi pulls through in the end, ripping Sevika's arm out. Powder destroyed the first one, and now Vi destroys the other. Sevika sacrifices body and soul for Zahn. And by the looks of it, she ain't done doing that in Season 2. The final scene we see of Sevika is in the ending, where we see her sitting in Silco's office, trying to light a smoke with no one to help her. She alone is the last fully loyal person to Zahn. Silco's empty chair sits next to her, waiting for the right person to sit in it. And Sevika, the one person left who serves the dream, who carries that flame of Zahn still flickering, is the most fitting person to safeguard it. Cunning, manipulative, self-serving, Mel Medarda gets a lot of these labels, and while I can understand why, labeling her only through a negative lens is a bit of a disservice to how complex she actually is. Mel is a rebel. She's a kid trying to break free from the expectations of the past. She's trying to recover from harsh abandonment, rejection even, from the people who were supposed to love her most. And as clever as she is, as willing to manipulate as she was not cold-blooded. And overall, Mel had more peaceful intentions than, say, Silco, her fellow visionary on the opposite side of the Piltover-Zahn conflict. But at the end of the day, she made the same mistake that Silco did, ironically enough, creating the monster of her own undoing. Well, maybe. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Mel's whole life has been a sort of rebellion. From an early age, she lived the typical life of a Noxian princess, for a lack of a better term. One wherein she was forced to see the harsher side of the world from a young age. As a child, Mel once stood in the bloodied throne room of a rival nation, eyeing the broken throne her mother had left in her wake. Ambessa Medarda stands in the shadows, an imposing figure, a mystery of feeling to her own daughter. Ambessa is a woman who, while she loves her daughter fiercely, cannot afford to feel openly. Life in Noxus is brutal, and only the strongest survive. But Mel, standing in the light, speaks with the bright hope of a child. I don't know much about League of Legends, but on Reddit, a user named Mr. Me So Lonely has pointed out how similar Mel's outfit is to Solari emblems, a religion absent from Ambessa Medarda's ensemble. From what I understand, Noxus is a nation of conquered nations. It's a bit of a patchwork. So maybe their family is Solari, but this blatant show of maybe faith versus the pure militant is just another sign in this scene how diametrically opposed mother and daughter are. Mel looks up to her elder brother Kino as well, a fellow pacifist whose advice her mother also seems to dismiss. Mel says that, in Kino's words, war is a failure of statecraft and should only be used as a last resort. Whereas, to Ambessa, war is simply a means to an end. When it comes to the regent of this conquered nation, Mel wants to show mercy. Her mother advocates killing her now to avoid problems later. Ambessa tells her daughter that she must be both the fox and the wolf. Indeed, while the wiles of the fox are essential for statecraft and politics, one needs to be able to make the harsher decisions, the wolf, in order to protect themselves. Ambessa says, "The wolf has no mercy." A truth that Mel will suffer from later on. But Mel advocating for the regent's imprisonment rather than execution, an execution her mother eventually carries out, also shows that Mel, while being merciful and good-natured, has a fatal flaw. Mel views the political games she plays as if they operate by the rules she sets. Ambessa is the opposite. For her, her enemies will do what they will. It is her job to respond in the best way she knows. That scene where Ambessa tells Jace the story of the Elorian general who insisted on meeting his enemies blindfolded says it all, considering how she reveals that this man was slaughtered with his eyes closed by the one enemy who did not play by his rules. Fast forward to the time of Season 1, and Mel is now a counselor in Piltover. Years ago, Ambessa Medarda sent her only daughter away, to paraphrase Mel, because her softness might suit the nerds over yonder. Mel never really wavered in her pacifist nature, as well as her preference for more backstage displays of power. She was fascinated by Piltover's maxim of progress, 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 and she ingratiated herself there with relative ease. She knows how to get into the right people's good graces. Mel has an eye for talent, and with her assistant, Elora, she has raised inventors up in her name. But this isn't just out of pure goodness, because Mel does have a bit of an ego. Mel is a pacifist, yes. She doesn't want to kill or harm, that is not her style. She views the scientific progress of Piltover as a manifestation of that desired way of life, of thinking. But I think for Mel, having the right mind under her wing, and that one special project, that once-in-a-lifetime idea, does stroke her ego at least a bit. And why wouldn't it? Ambessa tried to clear all of Mel's ideas of progress and mercy and benevolence with her own harsh experiences in life. Experiences, ironically enough, that allowed Mel to grow up in the privileged environment she did so she could have all her soft beliefs. But Ambessa's lessons never really stuck. While Ambessa didn't outright say to Mel that she was sending her away because she was a failure or a misfit in the Medarda family, to Mel, Ambessa might as well have just said it like that. I do think Mel has a chip on her gilded shoulders when it comes to showing the heights of success that she can take herself to. And I don't even mean in terms of wealth, I mean Mel achieving her goal of peaceful progress. Mel has a unique eye when it comes to recognizing talent. It's not unlike Heimerdinger's, but without the caution that's come with his years of experience. Mel is young, she's ambitious, and she wants to make her mark. And she sees her vehicle to do so in Jace Talus, regardless of the concerns that Heimerdinger might have about his hex tech. Mel knows how to use her beauty and charm to encourage Jace, to draw him in, direct him how she likes. But she also uses her political guile to bring the other counselors to her side when it comes to allowing Jace to continue his research. Mel's not just some temptress stereotype. She is, beneath it all, a skilled politician with a diverse arsenal. But the thing with Mel is that she sees, I think, the same kind of person that she is in Jace. A rebel against the status quo. Jace refuses to be held back by others and their doubts, just as much as Mel refuses to go another way just because her family might not think it's right. They both rebel against the status quo of their homelands and their people. They both have a sort of "I'll prove you wrong" fuel for their drive, though their motivations do eventually come around to more altruistic ideas in the end. And while Mel starts off leading Jace on, manipulating him, playing her game a bit, she does genuinely develop feelings for him. She sees in him a kindred spirit, albeit a more naive one. Together, I think it kind of feels like they can take on the world together, two underdogs against the world. There's a lot of hope between the two, especially as the story goes on and it ends up in a really nice place before things go downhill towards the end, that their dreams of making the world better can come true. But Jace, as we can see early on, is the more easily swayed of the two. He's not a born politician, he's an inventor. Let him invent. I've seen people argue whether or not Mel's decision to elevate Jace to the council was a good one or not, but this video is not about that yet. I'll talk about that in Jace's video. But for all intents and purposes, Mel elevating Jace to the council when he tries to suspend all Hextech projects is a really cool way of showing how savvy she is. So basically, Jace wants to shut down the council because somebody stole the hex gems, and now it's like, oh god, if this goes south, that's bad for everybody. But the other counselors are not interested in shutting anything down because that will negatively affect their own interests. But Mel has a clever plan for manipulating everybody and putting herself in the best possible position. Mel manipulates the rest of the council into elevating Jace to the position of a counselor. Now this goes basically three ways. Jace, for one thing, if he's so concerned with the safety of Hextech, can now handle it himself directly. Mel knows that Jace feels a sense of responsibility for the invention, and he's a bit self-righteous, I think, and she takes advantage of that. She knows that he can't trust someone else to handle things like the Hextech, except maybe Victor. Also, for Jace to give up and shut down all the Hextech is almost like he'd be giving up. He can't do that. I think his ego couldn't handle that. Now, the second part of this is that if Jace is safeguarding the Hextech, if that's his main job, the counselors can still benefit from Hextech, Mel included. And also, it further loops Jace into Mel's clutches, creating a sort of loyalty to her almost for his position. One could also say that if anything does go wrong with Hextech, it'll be easier for the counselors to just point the finger at Jace for not protecting it enough, and not taking any blame themselves, Mel included. Jace at first takes his job as counselor very seriously, and earnestly. He actually puts up a lot of barriers to entry when it comes to the Hex Gates, and they are still negatively affecting the counselors as a whole. At a concert, Mel takes Jace aside and further sort of garners loyalty from him by, quote-unquote, warning him that he's got targets on his back. The other counselors aren't super thrilled about how seriously Jace is taking his job, as it's affecting their business, their profits. Mel encourages Jace, through the guise of being his friend, to relax a bit, to play the political game, and to take advantage of the corruption that is already infesting the council. The game whose rules are not as clean as Jace's, and play it by their rules. This further draws Jace closer to Mel through this bond of manipulated trust, and it ensures that Mel controls the Hex Gates through her hold over Jace. She tells him to seize his destiny when he complains about this at first. She encourages him in doing this by saying he can prove the council wrong. Hell yes, we love an underdog. And you know Mel loves an underdog. The interesting thing about the Opera House scene is that it's almost like Ambessa's lesson to Mel, though these settings are complete opposites. The Opera House is pretty, it's surrounded by luxury, beauty, privilege. It's a place of make-believe. The setting where Ambessa has that sort of educative discussion with Mel is a much more honest setting. It's bloody, it's busted, it's grim. Ambessa is being very open and honest with her daughter here, and it's a sunny day. Meanwhile, the play in the opera house is a storm brewing. Bad things are coming. I think Mel having a soft spot for Jace is part of why she wants to help him. She does like his enthusiasm, and she thinks he's handsome. She thinks he's cute, and she probably does like how nice he is. She ultimately doesn't want to see him get hurt, but she still has her own interests at the top of her list of priorities. She still wants her success, and she still wants to see some incredible progress made through her pulling the strings. But when Jace and Mel actually get together, it is totally genuine on both sides. Mel admitting that Medardas take more from the world than they add shows that she genuinely doesn't want to be known as a heartless thief or a brutal conqueror. She's always wanted to be a part of something that grows, that does a lot of good for the world. Something that, Jace then tells her, she was an essential part of when it came to Hextech. It seems like such a cliche thing to say to someone, but this is all Mel's ever wanted. To be told, you did something really good. Your way was the right way. Your way has made lives better for countless people. And that's what makes Mel kind of just melt into Jace in that scene. And that's also why she's genuinely sad when she wakes up and he's just not there anymore. She feels like she's been used. The shoe is on the other foot now. But the thing about Mel is that she doesn't just get mad and make things into an ego wound. When she finds out that Jace left her because Victor had an accident, she realizes that Jace is genuinely a good-hearted goober. He cares about the people in his life, and the things that he said to her the night before were real. She's reminded of the good that she and he initially set out to accomplish. They already kind of feel like partners here. And I think she really begins to start viewing him as more of an equal, rather than a pawn. Her demeanor with Jace softens. She allows him to see a bit of her inner world when she tells him that she is a misfit in her own family. She is a failure in someone else's eyes, she tells Jace, when he says that her belief in him is what helped him accomplish what he did. Their banter is cute and relatively honest, not calculated. But the issue is their blindness in the face of their own egos. Their naivete sort of enable each other, leading to the excess of their dreams. And the unfortunate thing about excess is that it turns their dreams into a nightmare. Hextech was supposed to be used to make people's lives better, but it quickly becomes apparent that it can, and inevitably will, be perverted. Jace, like Mel, operates under the naive assumption that nothing bad can happen because their intentions, on paper, are good. Jace, like Mel, operates under the naive assumption that any games they play will be played by their rules. I do think it is sort of hard for them to imagine what their enemy could be doing. They're not cracked like Jinx, they're not brutal like Silco. There's a disconnect. After Heimerdinger gets ousted from the council, Mel is there to comfort Jace, the new head of the council. And her comfort is genuine, not manipulative. These two have come a long way. Jace feels guilty, however. He still sees Heimerdinger as a deeply respected figure in his life as a scientist. But Mel reminds him of her own exile, how as much as it hurt her, in time, forgiveness and understanding have slowly come to her. She doesn't hate her family for sending her away, despite the pain she still feels. She's used her circumstances to the best of her advantage, and she's carved out a life for herself. Yes, the rejection still hurts, but Mel understands why she was considered the weak link for the Noxian Medardas. But when Jace's decision to blockade the Bridge of Progress backfires, Mel begins to have some doubts. She's a bit stuck in the middle. She starts to say she doesn't think Jace is so ready after all. For what specifically we can only guess, likely his role as a lead counselor, but she gets even more nervous when she finds out her mother is coming for a visit. Until then, Mel, Jace, and the council all meet to discuss what to do with the Undercity. The Hex Gems are still missing. People are dead. Zonites are angry. Mel pushes Jace to consider Hextech weapons. On the surface, a really strange idea for her, considering how she's long believed violence is an absolute last resort. But I think it's because she's worried about what unresolved violence and tensions, what any sign of weakness, would tell her mother when she arrives. And as Ambessa Medarda basically says, she does not suffer weakness. Mel's not thinking here like the person she has spent years trying to be. She's acting out of her ego right now and her insecurities. She's thinking of what her mother told her all those years ago. A few deaths now to stop thousands later. Mel is scared and she's grasping for a solution. Even if that solution kind of feels like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. When Ambessa arrives, she tries to cozy up to her daughter again, like their parting wasn't as bad as it was. But Mel's no spring chicken. She dresses in black instead of white upon her mother's arrival. Almost like a show of strength or seriousness. She doesn't want to show her mother any weakness. She's still got that chip on her shoulder. And she spent, a decade trying to live her own life by her own terms? As much as she's probably thought she's moved on from it, the sting would still be there seeing her mother again. Ambessa's reasons for being in Piltover are unclear at first. She avoids really answering her daughter's questions about her presence. But she tells Mel that her brother Kino is dead, killed by certain Noxians he crossed. And again, her brother was the diplomat that Mel looked up to, the diplomat who said war is a failure of statecraft. Her brother was a fox, but he was not a wolf. And you can see that this loss has deeply affected Ambessa, as it does Mel. The regent, all those years ago, was killed because she was the last symbol of hope for a broken throne. Here we are, all these years later, with Ambessa basically with her back to the wall, now with her potentially last loved one. The last symbol of that broken Medarda throne. Ambessa warns Mel about Jace's Hextech weaponry. She warns her that weapons can't be unmade and they are always used. She's not wrong. Now, when Mr. Local Cuisine arrives, you see a moment of the two Medardas vying for power. Both respond to Miss Medarda, even though this territory is technically Mel's. Ambessa is calm, cool, and confident. She just showed up with a full regiment at her back, after all. Mel is, on the other hand, stressed, tired, annoyed. She only has Alora at her back. But this display of her mother's power is only so truthful. Mel's meeting with her mother ends up pushing her in the opposite direction, as in more along the lines of her own beliefs. She now cautions Jace at the next council meeting with Vi and Caitlyn, hesitating to agree with his plan for hostilities against the Undercity. A plan her mother encouraged. When Mel figures out her mother's been meddling, she slaps Ambessa's red wine out of her hand, spilling the blood-red drink across the golden Medarda sigil that makes up the patio. Perhaps a sign for certain blood about to be spilled. Mel tells her mother to leave Piltover, but Ambessa instead finally admits why she's there. Because back in Noxus, the Medardas are in trouble. The man who killed Kino is so much more powerful than the Medardas, and Ambessa wants the Hextech weapons. Ambessa tells Mel she's basically just finishing what her daughter started, considering she initially encouraged the Hextech weapon project anyway. Mel argues that her whole point in the first place was to defend the city from warmongers like her mother. But Ambessa argues what she's always stood by, that she is willing to do anything to protect her family. Mbessa finally admits that she didn't send Mel away because Mel was weak or because Mel was a failure. It was because Mel was her weakness. Mbessa couldn't handle Mel's disapproval of her decisions, all taken to ensure the family's safety. Mbessa does love Mel and was weak to the pain of her daughter's judgment. Mel had long lived with nightmares after the day her mother killed the regent of that unknown conquered kingdom. A girl likely just as old as Mel. To Mel, this could have been her if sides were reversed. Now, the possibility of that role reversal could very well be real, and Mbessa knows that she needs to act now to keep her daughter safe. At least, that's what I think. All in all, Mbessa loves Mel a lot, but she just really struggles to show it. Mbessa tells Mel that she should rejoin her in Noxus and let the war in Piltover commence so they can have the Hextech weapons. But at the final council meeting, Jace himself, again a good person at heart, comes around to Mel's way of thinking. He tells her that she was right. Violence isn't always the right call. He proposes the elevation of the Undercity and the betterment of the lives of the Zonites. Well, in theory. Whether or not this vote would have actually meant anything in the long run is a whole other discussion. Mel, for a moment, contemplates her choice. But rather than vote for war in favor of her family, she votes for peace. She removes her Medarda sigil. She removes her Medarda sigil ring from her finger. Mel, in the end, stays true to her own values, while her mother looks on to a painting of Noxus made by her own daughter, marred with gold paint. All before Jinx's rocket, made with the very tech Mel helped bring into being, comes hurling towards the council chambers, lighting up Mel's gilded back a brilliant gold. And whether she lives or not is, until season 2 comes out, a mystery. I honestly hope that Mel's dead. I know that sounds so bad. It's not because I don't like her. I love Mel. She's awesome. She's a fascinating, complex character, and I love to see, a dainty-looking, beautiful lady who is a politician, who knows she's beautiful, who is, very smartly written. She just feels so smart. It reminds me of, season 1 to 4 Game of Thrones time. But I don't know. It's just the shot of Mbessa finding Mel's painting of Noxus painted over with the gold, and presumably it was Mel that did that. That makes me think, in Mbessa's quest to do whatever she has to do to defend her family, she alienated the one who was likely most precious to her. This scene is like a rejection of her daughter here. And if Mel died, then that rejection is the last interaction these two characters have. Is it predictable? Sure, but I don't think predictable is bad. Also, in my opinion, this is a weird one, and I totally admit that this is probably cracked and probably nothing, but I just wanted to say it anyway. Mel's back with her golden-plated, gilded stuff that looks really cool resembles the Regent Princess's necklace in negative. If you flip it around, that shape slots perfectly into that necklace thingy. Am I crazy? Is this nothing? Probably. But I don't know, it sticks in my head. It would be kind of fitting for Mel to be this same sacrificial lamb. Mbessa tried to teach that same lesson about destroying that last symbol of hope for a dynasty. The very same thing happens to her own daughter, not necessarily because of, but in part because of her own rejection of her daughter and the way she was. I mean, it's more complicated than that, but you know what I mean. There's parallels and stuff. I love this show. And also, Mbessa saying the wolf has no mercy. Well, in this case, the wolf would be Jinx. And wouldn't that be fun if Mbessa and Jinx have an all-out battle? As in Mbessa and Caitlyn versus Sevika and Jinx? That would be great. The muscle mommies with their niece figures? Maybe. I'm just speculating though. And if you bring Warwick into the occasion, Will he kill Ambessa? But anyway, thank you so much for listening to that rant at the end and for watching. I really appreciate it. I really like Mel, and if she does live, I'm totally fine with that too. I will be more than happy to see if Mel, survives. That'd be great. Thank you so much to my members. You guys are gems. Hell yeah. I'm sorry I didn't use the camera this time so you can't see me, swinging my fists around. I'm just swinging them up and down. We basically got 2 dogs this week, 2 rescue dogs, and it's been a busy week because one is a young puppy and the other one is 10 months to 2 years old? We don't know, but they're good sweethearts, and it's just, getting them settled is like getting babies settled in the house. So thank you so much for watching, and I will see you again in the next one. Goodbye!